I have a lot of ground I want to cover here tonight, and it basically started here.
Ladies, listen up. I'm going to tell you where all the rich men going to be at this weekend, baby. Fellas, don't you get jealous because I'm going to tell you where the rich girls are going to be. Now, listen, if you don't know, my name is Kendra G. I am the host and the creator of the Kendra G Singles dating app. And from my platform, more than 20 people have gotten married. So I know what I'm doing. Also, I'm the host of the new Oprah Winfrey Network dating series, Dating Download. But now let me get to what I told you I have for you. Where the rich men gonna be at, baby? First of all, can I say, I don't say find the man with the money. I say focus on character, integrity. But you ladies don't want to hear me, so I'm going to put you on to the money. Investfest, baby. It is happening this weekend down in the ATL. Shout out to my brothers, Rashad and Troy, creators of On Your Leisure and also responsible for Investfest. For the first time ever, we are partnering together for the Singles Lounge, baby. That's right. All the single people at Investfest will be inside the Singles Lounge. Now, let me put you on. Y'all be saying y'all want a man that make $100K a year. Baby, the men at Investfest, some make $100K a month, okay? Don't play with it. And like I mentioned, fellas, the rich ladies are in the building because some of the rich ladies, they got that coin too. So here's the deal. If you're not already on the way to Atlanta for Investfest, book your flight, get your hotel or your Airbnb, and pull up because, honey, your husband or your wife just might be at Investfest. So don't miss out. Ooh, I'll see you in Atlanta this weekend.
And that was basically how that started. Now, the Investfest event was run by these two shady characters. I'm not really going to get into that heavily here tonight, but if you really just want my statement on it, I will say that the Investfest event is run by a couple of shady characters, and anybody who goes there isn't going there to make money. You're just going there to make money for them. But in any case, so everybody and their mama has talked about this since then. I've held off on it because I was covering other things, and I didn't really want to double up on programs and whatnot. And it's also been good for me to sit back and watch and listen to what other people have had to say and to see what their commentary has been. So that was the first video. And then, of course, I want to play another one here because, yeah, I want to play this also. I thought this was very telling. Wanted you all to hear that twice there for yourselves so you could see what was going on. So we're having Investfest, but Kendra G thought this would be a good opportunity to have a single lounge here. And this right here, I mean, you want to hear about tone deafness or just plain silliness because they were laughing the whole time. Some of the ladies already got it and already understood. Yeah. They were laughing, not a man in sight. Although they never notice these kind of things when they're listening to Derek the Joke Jackson, by the way. Not a man in sight to support anything that Derek Jackson has to say either, by the way. Just thought I'd point that out. I have so many thoughts about this. I've got so many thoughts about this and so many things I want to plug into here. And I want to start so you all to set the tone about this because this is really the issue, man. This part right here is really the issue. This is really the issue because they're not listening. It's not because they don't know. It's because they don't think they have to listen. They're off in their own little fantasy world where they do not listen to what, listen to these next terms, people. It's not about just high value because what makes you valuable? It is about being high status, as I've always told you. Status is the thing. These women tell themselves that they are entitled to a man who's going to raise their status. And what I want to do is go into two test cases here. Brittany Renner and Keke Palmer. I'm going to start with Keke Palmer. I was watching some videos and YouTube had suggested one to me. I was watching some videos for about Investfest and YouTube had suggested one to me from O'Shea Duke Jackson. And I found this to be an interesting thing because there's some terminology that's being used here that dovetails. He used some terminology that I heard in another video that had been made before his. So the word is getting around about that. The word is getting around and folks are understanding it. And I want you to hear what he had to say here. And then I'm going to go to a video that's older than that. But I want you to hear what he has to say here because this really, I think, draws it together nicely. He has something to say about Keke Palmer.
Argument, because again, finding a guy with a high value heart means that he doesn't have to be 6 foot. It means he doesn't have to be as attractive because you're just looking at his heart. But if that's the case, why did we catch Keke Palmer doing this?
Because you're putting it into the universe. When you start to speak life into those things,
I feel it.
Fast forward to
Michael B. Jordan.
That's right. That's Keke Palmer shooting at the...
Okay, so she's got Queen Ciara there. Don't trust me, I got this sucker over here to my right. So if you listen to me, you can manifest a sucker of your own. And you heard her sneak in there, Michael B. Jordan.
When you start to speak life into those things,
I feel it.
Fast forward to
Michael B. Jordan.
That's right. That's Keke Palmer shooting at the very top of the food chain, trying to get with Michael B. Jordan. And of course, she was largely ignored because Michael B. Jordan had no real reason to talk to her. Now, she could have went and confessed her love for a plumber or an electrician because there are plenty of men out there like that for Keke Palmer. But there is an issue with that. You see, a lot of ladies who are very professional and they have a whole lot to do every day, their lives are pretty much unpredictable and they just can't just be with anybody. So what's better for them is to get with a guy who understands Hollywood, understands the profession and stuff like that. That's what they're trying to do. But largely that's never possible. The reality is Keke Palmer doesn't want a high value electrician, a high value plumber. She doesn't want any electrician. Keke Palmer doesn't want a high value electrician, a high value plumber. She doesn't want anybody that is less than what she is.
So she doesn't want a high value electrician. She doesn't want a high value plumber. Oh, so income isn't enough. And that's the real thing right there. When you go back to Kendra G and the Reject Fest, that's where the real problem comes in. What do you do when they are saying that, whoa, it's not enough for you to have money. You have to be a guy who gets people to stare at me. You have to be a man who has more notoriety. You're more popular. Because you see, she's been waiting her entire life for, in her eyes, and I'm talking about all these women who came to Investfest and all these women, these singles events, in their eyes, it's about raising her status, raising her profile, getting other females to be envious of her. And if they don't know you, they can't envy you.
And deal with it, nigga.
There's the issue. So understand what just like they lie and say they'll take you for your personality. They don't give a damn about your personality. When they say value, they don't just mean money. Oh, you need money too. But you also need to have status, which means notoriety. And you can't get that. You can't be a high value plumber, a high value electrician because your profile isn't high enough. Your profile is not high enough. And that brings me to a video that's made before this. So I'm glad all these things are happening at the same time because folks are really putting this into perspective. Now, as you all know, I am no friend of DJ Vlad. I am no pal of his. And it is very unlikely that it'll ever happen because I don't really befriend culture vultures. However, recently, he had a interview he did a week or so ago with DJ Academics. And they were talking about Brittany Renner. And once again, for all the Kendra G's out there selling this idea that all the rich, well-known, high-profile men are going to be showing up for these gals over here, for all the folks who are under that illusion, Vlad has something to say about Brittany Renner. And as reluctant as I may be to agree, I actually agree with every word he said because I've been saying this now for years. So I guess either Vlad's tuned into me, which, I mean, you know, feds do that. What? So either Vlad's tuned into me or he's just finally decided to stop fighting reality and just accept it. You're going to hear a bunch of things that sound familiar. But he has something to say about Brittany that dovetails off of all this. And then I got a commentary for you.
Who wants to have a kid with someone who's already doing that with her other baby father and is already doing that with her kid? Not a lot of working guys will take that because that's a fantasy for them. But a man with real money, he don't want to have a kid with her. And if you don't have a kid with somebody, where is the relationship going exactly? Right? Are you really in a serious relationship with someone and you got to deal with someone who's already has a kid with someone else, with a high profile person, and it's volatile? It's one of those things, man. Listen, there's someone for everyone. I think if Brittany looked in different places for different types of men, I think she absolutely could find somebody. Like she moved back to Mississippi. I'm sure there's some dude who owns like, a car lot in Mississippi that will gladly settle down with her.
She's back in Mississippi, and I'm sure there's a guy out there who owns a car lot. He'll be glad to settle down with her. Now, that is the brutal, vicious, relentless reality. Not just for Brittany Renner, but for all these chicks over here. This is reality for you too. This is reality for you. They don't want to hear that. It's very unpleasant to them, but now that's the truth though. It's like, hey, you don't have to, you're not eligible for a high profile dude. You're not eligible for a guy who you walk into a room and people know his name. Because that's what every woman here and every woman listening wants. Women want, when they say a man has value, they don't just mean financial value. I've been telling you all this now for 20 years. They also mean social value. And social value means when you say that man's name, other people know it. So you see, when Keke said Michael B. Jordan, she meant a man who is even more well-known than she is. Because she doesn't want to be the most well-known because that means that she has more status than he does. So just understand that Michael B. Jordan is a metaphor in her mind for a man with more status than me. And so Vlad is speaking about being high profile. Yeah, that's what they actually really want. That's what it's really about. Good point. Very good point.
Man, listen, there's someone for everyone. I think if Brittany looked in different places for different types of men, I think she absolutely could find somebody. Like she moved back to Mississippi. I'm sure there's some dude who owns like, a car lot in Mississippi that will gladly settle down with her and feel like, this is my woman. I love her. But is she going to get a high profile? Is she going to get another Kevin Gates? Is she going to get another PJ? Is she going to get something like that? I think a lot of dudes would be like, I don't know.
And there's the problem. Because you see, for her, defeat would be getting with a man who nobody knows who he is. They know her and they don't know him. How can you brag about the dude if no one knows who it is? So the word of the day is high profile. Well, the term of the day, rather. It's about being high profile. You can't be a high profile plumber. You can't really be a high profile electrician. Not for females who are looking to get social status off of your name. These women want to be able to walk into a room somewhere and everybody knows who you are. The man with her. She can stunt on other women because remember, women not stupid. They know their money doesn't mean anything to anybody except them. It doesn't mean anything to her either. You can't brag to other women about your income. The only thing you can really brag about is the quality of male that you have. And the ultimate is to be able to have a man who, when you walk in the room, everybody knows who he is. He might be the most famous guy in Buckhead. He might be the most well-known guy in Buckhead. He might be the most well-known guy in Perimeter. He might be the most well-known guy in, Fulton County. Okay. That is what has value on top of the income requirement. So just understand what they're really getting at. And they're all competing for that guy. I want to put this in its proper perspective and the proper focus tonight about what they're really looking for, because unfortunately, when they get together in groups, they all start lying. They start lying in a group about what it is that they really want. And in reality, we as men have to be brutally honest with ourselves about what it is they really want so that they can't lie to you and tell you that you're all right and okay. Because that's not what it's going to be. All right, you take a look at Reject Fest. And I'm not saying that to be mean-spirited. I'm saying this because there's a few things in particular here. You can go get Kendra G. You can go get anybody you want to here. As you all realize, the fellas with the real resources, the fellas with the real status, they're not going to come within 1,000 miles of an event like this. Number one, it's not because they don't have to, although that's really the biggest issue. They don't have to do that, but furthermore, they know that this is a waste of time. Because the women, every woman tells herself that she's a star.
Oh, please.
That's the issue. This is why I was talking about Brittany Renner and Keke Palmer. The bottom line is all these women are here. They all see themselves they tell themselves, if you listen to Kevin and Sam, you heard them, they were telling themselves they're on the level of Beyonce. They're literally sitting right there, aged out of shape and everything else, and telling you that they're on Beyonce's level. That you should treat her the way you do Beyonce. And they're sitting there looking at you like you're going to do that seriously. This type of delusional fantasy talk, this is beneath a man who's a producer. This is a waste of time, and this is a joke, and not even a funny one. And you expect them to show up so you all can practice your own personal form of delusion. It's like, okay, go find your dads to placate you. I'm not saying that to be mean. I'm just saying, let's just have some reality. Go see if your dad will placate you. Because these events don't work for a fundamental reason. Here's another one here that none of these events work and the men don't show up. You can have, your little get-togethers. You can try to have your singles mixers. This is not about, are you a competent enough matchmaker? That's not what this is about. This isn't about, well, if I have my event, I'll know the right thing to say to get the men to show up. That's not what it's about. It's about the fact that men no longer want to go places. The culture has changed. Men, especially built men, no longer want to go places where women have set it up so that the women get the right of first rejection.
Oh my God, bro. Oh, hell no, man.
This is the issue that we have right now. Everyone knows what it is. The men know what it is. Men no longer want to walk into rooms where the women want to rig and set things up so that they have the right of first rejection. They want the men to come onto their turf where they got home court advantage. The men are supposed to come through in this big cattle call. And the women are supposed to just say, basically swipe left or swipe right, whichever one it is. They're supposed to swipe right off of you in person. Like they do at the clubs, like they do at the lounge. They expect to be able to sit there and do the same stuff that they do on Bumble. They want to do it to you in person. So you show up and you're talking to them and it's swipe, swipe, swipe. So they want the right of first rejection. So that's why they really want to lure the men in. So you get lured in and then you guys sit up here and you start jumping through hoops and run your tongues out. And then they get to cherry pick the ones that they really want without any risk of rejection. That's what they're trying to set up and engineer. Everything's about the men showing up so that the women can filter through you. And a man who has spent decades dealing with the world rejecting him, dealing with the world treating him unfairly and unjustifiably, he did all this work so that he could escape that type of exploitation. So you can go get Kendra G and Ciara and whoever else, or the other C-list celebrities they brought there. You can go bring all of them. That isn't going to make these types of embarrassment sessions more attractive to men. It's not going to work. Not going to work. Not going to work at all. So that's the thing I want you to understand. That's the thing I want you to understand. What's going wrong with them? Let me go ahead and have some brutal reality here with you tonight. And I'm saying this because we need to have this. First of all, let's be clear about something. Let me just start with Atlanta. I mean, folks, somebody got to say it. Atlanta is a zoo.
And deal with it, nigga.
Atlanta ain't popping. The females in Atlanta ain't on top of their game. Don't get me wrong. There are a lot of females in Atlanta, to be sure. There are a lot of females in Atlanta. So when people talk about Atlanta's the land of women, well, yeah, they're right. Atlanta is. It's the land of basic women.
What? Auntie, chill.
We need to stop exaggerating it and lying about it. To the fellow who just got out of prison, or to the dude making $50,000 a year, driving his Dodge Charger, Atlanta is perfectly fine. To a fella who is speaking to millionaires and billionaires, Atlanta, the women in Atlanta, you ain't ready for prime time. You're not ready for prime time. They're not sophisticated. They are not well put together. It's really just a bunch of strippers and stripper rejects. Some of them got law degrees. Some of them got nursing licenses. But Atlanta is sorely lacking in truly professional, high intellect, high presenting, high value women. Atlanta's lacking in that. It doesn't have it. It is overflowing with basic females. I didn't say they're terrible, but they're basic. They're not special. They're not exceptional. They're not gorgeous. The only ones who say they're gorgeous are Kendra G and her gals. But these are not, you can go to Lenox Mall. These are not women that make you stop and turn your head. There aren't any showstoppers, which is why all of them are sitting up here with fake hair and fake butts. As I said, looking like stripper rejects. A man doesn't invest in a female who wants to be a caricature of strippers. No home training, and if you did have a mama, that slut wasn't worth anything. Atlanta is overrunning with that. It's overrunning with basic females. No, they're not fine. Stop it. If you think that the average women in Atlanta are, quote, fine, then all I can say is you haven't, like I say, basic guys will say that Atlanta's fine. Them women is fine. I'm telling you, no, actually, no, they're basic. Now, if your standard is basic, well, then that means that your definition of a dime is a 5 or higher. Okay, but that ain't a dime. So I meant when I said Atlanta is not overrun with gorgeous women. It's not overrun with spectacular women. It's not overrun with that. You might run into one by accident who looks better than the chicks in the rural town you grew up in, but that's not what it is. Men need to stop having their damn, GED standards. The GED dudes, and I understand the world is just drowning in GED guys, but fellas, you need to get out and actually have some standards and actually accept that. Because then you stop sitting up looking at basic females. Because what you really mean is that, well, she looks like she's alone. Fellas who aren't used to getting anything, they just look for the female who's available. And if she's not just ridiculously objectionable, okay, well, I'll take it. Okay, that's not having a standard, man. That's not having standards. Atlanta is a place where, it's a stool with only one leg. It's not something that a man is going to work for 20 years to invest in. That's the issue. It's not a place that a man who got 20 years invested. I mean, not unless he's just looking for a basic chick. So there's no reason for a man to show up at an event like this to get a basic female. He can get a basic female in his DMs without leaving his house. He can get a basic female at Walmart or Target. He doesn't have to come to, and he can do it on his turf. He doesn't have to come to your event to get a basic chick. He doesn't have to come to your event to get a post-wall female.
And deal with it, nigga.
He doesn't have to come to your event to come find somebody's cast-off baby mama.
Oh, please.
Atlanta is drowning in those. Aged out, post-wall, baby mamas, stripper rejects. As far as the females who have a future at Goldman Sachs or Chase Bank, and I'm talking about the ones who will represent them. The females who talk like the newscasters that you would hear on CNN or Headline News. Females who present like that. Atlanta don't got that. Yeah, let's stop lying. Let's stop lying, or people with bottom of the barrel intellects. Atlanta doesn't have a lot of that. It doesn't. Now, if you're looking for somebody who wants to be the next, Drea Michelle or some video vixen, Atlanta has plenty of those. Although even then, I would not say that they have high quality ones. They have plenty of folks auditioning, but even then, I would not say that they're high quality either. Unless you're into Spanx and body shapers and a bunch of plastic surgery, which is just goofy as hell. That's not something a man can invest in. So why would we show up to BBL Fest? What? Why would we do that just to see the exact same group of cast-offs that we rejected out there on the street before we walked in? Why would we do that? Nobody's coming to the men who are built and saying, okay, what exactly is the standard? And name names. That Claire Huxtable caliber of female. Now I'm talking about Claire as a lawyer. Atlanta doesn't have a bunch of that. You can get some basic chick stumbling her way through hood English, but Atlanta, it doesn't have a bunch of women who can represent you well at a high level. They can represent you well at the barbecue shack. They can represent you well at the swap meet. They can represent you if you're into strippers and hood hoes. They can't represent you well if you need to go and have a brief in front of the Supreme Court, or if you need to go host the Macy's Day Parade, or if you need to be the commentator on All-Star Weekend. Atlanta is a dud. It's just basic. And nobody wants to be honest about that. Okay, well, take a look at how the men are responding. The men are letting you know, hey, it's all basic out here. So if you just want a great big plate of basic females, well, go to Atlanta, my dude, and load up at the basic buffet. If you're looking for something that is worth 7 figures of your effort, that you're going to have to put 7-figure effort into, Atlanta doesn't have a lot of that. Which is why you have dope smoking, pill popping, quote, rappers with a bunch of plastic sluts that they met in Atlanta. Yeah, but nobody who's actually got a brain and a pulse. You don't have any of that. You don't have any of that. Atlanta doesn't have that. In the chat room, look at the previous mayor, Keisha Bottoms. Yeah, I mean, Keisha Bottoms is the best Atlanta can do. You want to talk about high quality in Atlanta? And that's Keisha Bottoms, yeah. You get somebody's LGBT or LGBT looking cast off, and I mean, fellas know about the sexual histories of most of the females in Atlanta as far as LGBT. It's the minority of females who haven't tasted another woman. I'm not saying this to beat up on Atlanta. I'm saying this to put this into perspective. If you want to know why the men are not interested in your singles events and your singles mixers, it's because the issue is that the females who have what the men want, they are, blown apart with options. When you show up here, you're getting all the hard-headed females who are looking for the dumbest and the densest. And even then, they're really just looking for a bailout. But what you're not going to get is anything in its prime. There is nothing in its prime at Investfest. There's nothing in its prime at the Kendra G cookout. There's nothing in its prime there. Reality is hard. If that's difficult, I don't know what to tell you. You have an issue with reality, not with me. It's just about time that somebody said the damn truth. Atlanta's not popping like that, man. It isn't, unless you're really into basic women. Now, let's stop sitting up here and exaggerating the caliber of female that is really out here in Atlanta and Chicago. They're not really on point. Or you can find one thing, okay, she's got a banging body as long as she don't open her damn mouth. If she doesn't open her mouth and doesn't say anything, but now what you're just saying, what you really just said is she's good for sex. Okay, I think that would be fun to have sex with. All right, but that we're not defining her as a whole woman. So that's what I mean by some of you guys out here. You need to get into a position where you're not financially or socially struggling so that the female you have with you has to actually represent you at a standard. Fellas who ain't got nothing to defend and don't have anything of value and got nothing to lose, yeah, you got very low standards, so it's not a very high bar for her to clear. However, if you're a man who your female has to represent you well and competitively in front of other driven competitive men, men who got standards. If they have to do that, that's different. So there's where we run into trouble. There's where we run into trouble. Right there. So first and foremost, is this about guys? If you're a fellow who's single, and you're making $40,000 a year, Investfest is the place for you to meet a chick. You'll go meet some chick who's a hairstylist. You'll go meet some chick who's trying to push some multi-level marketing. You'll go meet some chick who's trying to sell her BBL clothing line with a bunch of stuff she got from Alibaba. Yeah, if you go to Investfest for a female, that's the caliber of females you're going to find. However, if you're looking for a Gina Torres, what? Damn! Oh, you didn't want me to go there. Okay, I'm talking about how she publicly presents. I'm not talking about some of the personal stuff. However, as far as public presentation, if you're looking for that, keep moving. They're not on that level. When they open their mouths, you can hear whatever grade of high school they flunked. I'm not being beaten up on it. What I'm saying is that folks have been lying about the caliber and quality. So when you have an Investfest and tell the men, hey, fellas, pull up to come choose from one of the basic broads. Oh, yeah, and bring your wallet.
Oh, please.
That's the part I want you to understand. They're going to tell you, okay, come on and pull up over here with us and bring your wallet so that you can grab one of the basic chicks. Because when you sit there and talk to them and start trying to gauge about plugging them into your program, you're sitting here. I have to ask myself questions like this. Whose publicist could I put you on the phone with and you wouldn't make a freaking monkey of me? Whose publicist could I put you on the phone with? I'm not talking about some damn rapper. That's where the Kendra G's get things messed up. I ain't Kodak Black. Okay. No, could we put you in touch with some really high-powered people, and without them even knowing who you are, when you open your mouth, you sound just like his secretary. I'm talking about Jamie Dimon. Yeah, I said it. Could I put you in a room with Jamie Dimon and Jamie immediately starts saying to himself, you know what? You're the kind of person we want to hire to be our public relations, receptionist, publicist. Could you sit there and talk to Jamie Dimon for 2 minutes? And that's the impression he walks away with, that you're ready to represent him on a global level. All those millions of women in Atlanta, and they're not ready to do that. You can count the number. The ones who can, they work at the damn television station already. So I'm just defining for you all in hard terms exactly, well, Jason, what do you mean? What are you looking for? Okay, well, baby, it's not you. You could not sit in the room with Warren Buffett. You could not sit in the room with Jamie Dimon. You could not sit in the room with, the Warner Brothers chairman, I forget his name, Zaslav. You couldn't sit in the room with David Zaslav and talk about the movies that they're making and give a critique about that and how he's running the company. You open your damn mouth and you'll sound like Kendra. So, yeah, she can talk to the local disc jockeys and maybe she can talk to an A&R at some record label, but any of you could do that. Any of you could do that. That's not special. Now, could she sit with Jamie Dimon and he be impressed? Could you do that? No. No. And I'm just telling you, to the women, that's what's missing. The men already have a program What they're really looking for is females who can be plugged into the program and are an asset to the local plumber or the local electrician. You can open your mouth and sound like Kendra G and you'll be fine. You'll be fine. What you can't do is open your mouth and go talk to Fortune 500 people. And if you're with a guy who that's where he's aiming for, you don't have a future. Because those people that he wants to talk to, it's not about is he impressed with you. It's about are they impressed with you when you open your mouth, when you speak. Can you have a conversation with them? And these people not be sitting there saying, well, I guess this is the best you could do. That's the question. Do you sound like the kind of female who could be White House press secretary? Because that's what you are for the man you're supposed to be with. You're supposed to, when I say represent him, you are his press secretary. Can I put you on a presidential debate and you don't sound like you came from damn me Decatur or the South Side? Damn! You know, when you open your mouth, do you sound like Gwen Eiffel did? Or do you sound like just a round the way chick? And what I'm saying is there's nothing wrong with a round the way chick as long as she understands that she belongs and she qualifies for a round the way dude. And that's where the problem comes in. Because you see, the problem comes in the fact that nobody wants to be with the round the way dude. They're basic chicks looking for Mr. Exceptional. They're looking for that. And that's what we're really going for here. Now, this is another one of the videos that Kendra G had from that. And I'm like, here you go. Okay, but I want you all to know something. Who's talking to him? Kendra G. Okay. I see fellas standing back here. The fellas are standing around by themselves there. I see that. Okay. I see a bunch of fellas over here. I see women over there. So one chick is trying to talk to somebody. I don't know what they were talking about necessarily, but she's looking around. Okay. Well, this chick here, she found a guy who's taller than she is. So she found a fellow who's taller than she is. So get in where you fit in. Oh, look, another one. I mean, it sounds like they are just so in charge there. Because there's my real point about it is take a look at who's doing the talking. Take a look at who's doing the talking. The guys are doing all the talking. Okay. I don't know what numbers we're exchanging here, but what I'm saying is that, yeah, this is what you see everywhere for that. The guys are doing the talking. Yeah. Oh, let me take your number. Okay. That's the point I want to make. I'm not casting any aspersions or making any characterizations about how well it went or how well it didn't necessarily. What I'm saying is this all looks very familiar to me. It looks very, very familiar to me. So, and what I'm saying is, once again, think about this for a few moments. I want you all to think about this for a few moments. No disrespect. None whatsoever. To the Kendra talked about there are men who make $100,000 a month. Okay. Kendra G, very familiar with that. Now, is this a candidate for the guy making $100,000 a month? Do you see the size of that? I want to call it a handbag, but that thing is big enough to be a duffel bag. What? Okay. We'll just leave the gold weave out of it. But I guess if you put it together, I'm just saying 7-figure candidate. 7-figure candidate here. I don't know. Does she look like she's ready for a 7-figure man? Does she look like she's ready to represent a seven-figure man at a high level? You tell me. Is she ready to represent a seven-figure man at a high level? Okay. Is she ready to represent a seven-figure man at a high level? Okay. Perhaps she's ready to represent a seven-figure man at a high level. You see, this is the analysis that none of these other folk who are talking about Investfest, talking about Kendra G's singles thing, this is the level of analysis they didn't give to this. They didn't stop to actually just take a look at it and say and ask the basic question, because Kendra represented that these chicks are ready for seven-figure men, and I'm just saying, okay, show me. Show me who's ready. Show me who's ready. Show me who is ready to have that man get up tomorrow morning, and I'm talking about pedal to the metal. He is driven to get out here and continue producing at a high level for her. Because she's there. Because that's what Kendra is telling you to expect to do. I'm like, okay. I'm all for it. Let's do that. Is she ready for a seven-figure man? Is she ready to be his prime representative? I'm not casting aspersions. I'm just asking questions. Is she ready? Okay. You tell me. Is she ready? Is she ready to represent a seven-figure man at a high level? $10 million is on the table. A $10 million deal is at stake. And this is your wingman. This is the woman who is going to walk in the room with Jamie Dimon. She's going to walk in the room with Premier Financial. She's going to walk into the room here with Vanguard. And you're going to put your fate in her hands. I'm just asking questions about that. So, okay. I see a line of fellas over here. Looks like they're trying to get in somewhere. All right. Is she ready? You tell me. All right. Is she ready? We found another one. Is she ready? Because Kendra G told us they were ready. So, fellas are talking about Atlanta this, and I'm like, okay, dude, what do you plan to do in Atlanta exactly? Is she ready? Okay. You tell me. Are they ready? Are they ready? All the little short women were looking for all the taller dudes, so I can see what some of them were zeroing in on. I just don't know what they're going to do for you fellas. Aw, here come the pinching pimps.
Oh my God, bro. Oh, hell no, man.
All right, this nigga might as well have a t-shirt that says, "Who need their rent paid?" Yeah, bro, you might as well just get a t-shirt that says, "Who need their bills paid?" Who need it? Who need it? Which one of y'all young gals in here needs your rent paid? Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, bro, I'm not even going to have mercy on you. It's just, I ain't hating. I'm just saying, okay, well, I see what's going on here. Just, yeah. Yeah. Willie James came through. All right, who wants a piece of this pension? Don't worry, girl. I got a 2010 Chevy Tahoe. We can fit them kids in there. What? We can fit them kids in there. I got in the back of my Cadillac CTS. I got front and back seats. We can fit them all in there. All right. Yeah, it only seems half facetious. Okay, yeah. Kendra G knew who she was zeroing in on, so. Yeah, she knew who she was zeroing in on, so. Yeah, all right. That's right. The pension pimps are ready to see what that money gonna do. So I did this because I wanted people to understand exactly what you're dealing with. I did this because I want us to stop lying about what we have here. And oh yeah, by the way, I mean, it's not limited to just Atlanta, but I am saying that Atlanta is the poster child. So let's stop playing and lying about it. Let's stop the lying. You can't have Atlanta be the poster child, and then when somebody starts telling the truth, all of a sudden, ooh, let's not talk about Atlanta. No, Atlanta's the poster child. So if Atlanta is going to be the poster child and this, that, and the other, okay, can we talk about the actual condition of the poster child? Can we talk about what condition it's really in? Or are we going to be required to ignore the condition it's really in and pretend it's something else? Because you're asking men to put themselves out there. So glad that you just said that too, Kendra, by the way. I'm so glad you just said that. So, for all you want to talk about aged out old women, Oprah Winfrey has signed her to the network there. Where the rich men gonna be? That's so damn offensive. I'm gonna come back to that in just a few moments, but that's so damned offensive. If you care about character, why the hell are you talking about money at all? But she literally sat there and said the women don't want to hear that. Okay. I mean, all right, here come these two feckless individuals. Some folks say they're scammers, and I can understand why they would say that. I can understand why people would call them scammers. I can understand why they would. So, yeah. Kendra wanted to talk about, I think you all heard her say that she's put together 20 weddings, or 20, she's had 20 folk get married as a result of what she does. And I'm like, you know what? I think that's wonderful. I really do think it is. I'd like to have a moment to investigate that too, if I could. Oh, wait a minute. I think I found one. Okay. All right. Well, we did find one. Okay. Well, they were correct. Well, I guess, I mean, have they actually got married yet? I'm not sure. All right, fellas. Well, the proof is in the pudding. So Kendra G has, I mean, she's got one documented one here. So I don't know if he's a 7-figure dude or not. But well, she has made one verified love connection here. So all right. So all the fellas out there, this might be one to watch, or at least this is a proof of concept. So we have found one in particular. So perhaps I spoke too soon. Perhaps I was too premature, if you will. Perhaps I spoke too soon. So, yeah. Yeah, man. I mean, it's no disrespect to Atlanta. It's no disrespect to it. I'm just saying we need to be honest about what the hell's going on. If you want to know why the men haven't shown up, well, let's just stop playing. You already know why they're not showing up. You already know why we're not there. What's there to come for? What are we there to get? The real thing is that they have the attitude about males today that every male, no matter what his age is basically this perpetual high schooler. And that sex is new, and that whatever he can get, he's just going to jump whatever he can get. And I'm just like, okay. And these things wouldn't even need to be happening. These things would not even need to be happening if you could get the females to accept exactly where they are. Baby, if you're a basic chick, you need to be with a basic dude. Go get your Mercedes CLA. You get with a basic dude, and you two go ahead and work on that. But the problem is they don't want that. The truth of the matter is that females don't believe they should have a man who's worth twice as much as her. She thinks she should have one that's 3 or 4 times. Oh yeah, and that also means he's 3 or 4 times more well known, because if they were to be totally honest, that's what turns them off, is that, hey, nobody knows who you are. How do I brag to my friends about you? How do I brag to my family? How do I brag to my female coworkers? How do I brag on social media if nobody knows who you are? So if you think that that's limited to Keke Palmer or Brittany Renner or any of the others, you're wrong. These females in Atlanta, they every once in a while you see a celebrity from Love and Hip Hop show up, and the females are all like, yeah, I need to have that guy, because they tell themselves, I'm on that level. And I just showed you some of the attendees. I'm like, okay, well, according to them, they're on that level. According to them, that's what it is. And I'm just saying, okay, well, to all the 7-figure men out there, this is the group that says we are here to watch you work your ass off. And oh yeah, by the way, we are demanding that you lead with your money, because we all know that works out well. Why don't you just have a bunch of chicks show up? Because the females aren't bringing any money. They're not bringing any money. Folks, if you're looking for investment, you should be able to go to a bank or a lender. If you're having to show up at Investfest, we're already in trouble. This is not the first one of these that they've had, so show me. How many folks have put together any significant business interests as a result of going to Investfest? Yikes. And for the men who are capable of doing that, once again, this is just offensive. It's offensive to run up to men and tell them, okay, let me pat your pockets down, sight unseen. It's offensive to tell men that. I'm talking about the ones who got it, not the ones who don't. For the ones who have it, it's offensive to approach us like this. It's offensive to do this. Because you don't have what we want. That's the issue. Kendra G talking about women with money. Baby, y'all ain't got no money.
And deal with it, nigga.
Let's quit the bull jive. Yo, little old penny in the ass middle management job, you ain't got no money. You don't have any. You trying to figure out how to get it, which is why you're there. So once again, it's a bait and switch. It's a bait and switch and a lure. For anybody who's actually got it, that's not the place you would want to be at, because the only thing you can do is be taken advantage of. But these women didn't show up because they got the bag. If they did, they wouldn't be there. They're showing up to go see if they can go find somebody else. That's what they're there for. And Kendra G's here hoping she can sucker in some dudes. And I'm like, okay, them pension pimps might be ready to give up half of their damn savings. They might be able to do that. But that's all that's going to be. But there isn't anything in there that's going to double the man's income. What? There isn't anything in that room. There are no females in that room who are going to double the man's income. You're not going to make half your income because double because she showed up, because she was leading, because of her leadership, her stewardship, her resources. That's not happening. It's not happening. Now, what you will find are a bunch of females who are going to get laid on top of and run through. What? You're talking about you want to team up with a man, and meanwhile, you're going to get bent over by Mike 365 from Investfest. In the chat room, it's retirement age. Whatever that may be. If the niggas got salt and pepper hair, all right. The fellas who look like Mr. Steal Your Grandma. The ones who look like your uncle when you was a kid. That's them. Folks get scared when I start putting hard metrics on things and they're like, ooh, hell, that's me. Okay. The problem is that these women don't have anything that we'd actually want. It costs a man to have a female. It costs a man to show up for your events. It costs a man to be a part of this. It costs a man to carry a female. It costs a lot. So the women are going to have to start making their pitch about why it is that you're worthy of being carried by a 7-figure man. And what I'm saying is that, hell, even where the sex is concerned, most of them are trash. What? I'm not dissing nobody. I'm just saying Atlanta with their herpes outbreak. I mean, that's where you go for trash. Why do you think your little druggy slum rappers are there? You go there, you go there to go through the gutter. That's what you go there for. I mean, you can go by, you might get lucky at Georgia State, but you're really looking for something that hasn't been completely contaminated yet. By the time they're 25, 26, that's a wrap. 25, 26, that's a wrap. Atlanta gets his fangs into him, and she's just run through. She's run through, she's smeared through. It's a bunch of niggas you know done laid up with her. It's not just one. It's a bunch of niggas you know. That's why females, they got Corinne Steffens. They want to sit up here and talk about who the men been sleeping with, but then try to shame the men if the men talk about I laid up with her. They want to shame the men because they don't want the men to tell you who they've been with. Because that is going to speak to her value or lack thereof. Which is why most women want to shame you and don't tell nobody that I slept with him because... And you go to Atlanta it's a bunch of leftovers and old empty soup cans. And I mean, that's what you get. Now, if you're a guy who's looking for the most sexually suitable of the run-throughs and leftovers, well, Atlanta has tons of options. You will not get tired running through that, which is why Derek Jackson was there. But as far as men who are going to invest and spend your life putting your resources together and sweat and toil, and now you're looking for a chick who's up to speed and ready for that, no. And that's just the dirty little secret. Atlanta impresses dudes who ain't never seen nothing. Atlanta impresses fellas who are from smaller cities, never got their money really together, and never went to a bigger place where you had to have world-class females. Atlanta impresses guys like that. Atlanta is a city... The females in Atlanta impress a guy who's never seen global females before. Atlanta impresses him. It doesn't impress guys who've actually made the rounds. It doesn't do it. It doesn't impress guys who are dealing with 7 and 8 figures. The women in Atlanta don't impress them. And that's just the truth. There's nothing impressive. Now, if you're looking for a side chick, Atlanta's got you covered. But that's just the truth. That's just the truth. There's nothing impressive there. There's just a whole bunch of them. That's the only difference. The only difference is there's just a whole lot of them. The females aren't impressive. There's just this crush of humanity. But it's not a bunch of impressive females. The resume's not impressive. The bank account's not impressive. It's depressive. The sexual history is a jump scare. I mean, that's what's going on. If you walked in that room and said, okay, I got $500,000 to invest, I'm looking for the female in here who's also got $500,000. They're all just going to start leaving. The only one to be left is Kendra G, probably. And I doubt her. I don't think she'd even be close. But that'd be the only thing left. That's not inviting. That's not attractive. And we're not having an honest conversation about what you will actually find. Now, add to that she not only wants you to have 7 figures, they also expect you to be Mr. Swag, to be Mr. Well-Known. You have to be the life of the party. And you saw in that room, those females were not that. I have tons of issues with Russell Wilson. I know why he chose Ciara. And I know why she settled for him. So I understand it. I mean, Ciara can actually carry a conversation. That's what he meant by that. She can actually walk in a room and carry a conversation. She's not stumbling and tripping over herself. But then again, she spent a lifetime learning how to perform. That's what you lose when you get with strippers and wannabe strippers or females who take their cues from strippers. They don't know how to talk. They can't hold a conversation. They have no diction. They don't enunciate.
Damn!
The only thing she can do is go order you something from Popeyes, but she's not somebody you could put in a room with 7 and 8 figure men and she's impressive to them in how she presents. That's the issue. That issue right there. So we just need to stop lying about what these places really present. I'm going to go a little bit further into that there, but before I do, let me go ahead and toss up the link to the Zoom there in the chat room. I know I'm busting hearts and hurting feelings tonight. I get it. In the meantime, I want to thank everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo. Shout out to Jason C. here. Appreciate you checking in with us tonight here, brother. Thank you there for the C-Note, Young Investor. My man Vincent on Venmo, thank you very much for your support here as well. Mr. A.O. Fear None, Pharaoh's Kingdom, DC Coldest Jenkins, IV Holistic, and everybody else here tonight. You know, everybody was talking about these things and talking about this event and talking about what they saw. And my whole thing about it was just, okay, I'm not here to diss anybody. I'm not here to do none of that. That's simple. That's elementary. I'm just saying that it's overrated as hell. You're making promises you can't keep. There's a reason why the few fellas, and it's a few. Another thing, let me talk about, I despise it. The place has just become, it's just become this serious issue. It's become a serious issue. We got so many fake it till you make it niggas. And I said that. We got so many fake it till you make it niggas. I hear people all the time say really stupid things, really silly things. They say silly things like, here's one of the biggest silly things I hear from folk in Atlanta. You see Bentleys all over.
Oh my God. Oh, hell no, man.
Okay, Kendra G's got one. Yeah, and it's old enough to get on the bus at half fare. Atlanta is people don't even know how old these cars are. They got cars that are 10 and 15 years old. You recognize it as a Bentley. I recognize it as a decade old. Decade old G-Wagons. You see G-Wagons all over Atlanta. I'm like, okay, they're not new. Go down to Miami.
What? Damn!
Now, if you want to see new Bentleys, quote, all over the place, go down to Miami. You'll see new ones. You go to Atlanta and you see vintage exotics. You go through the parking garage and whatnot, you see vintage exotics is what you see. You don't see current generation, nothing. Don't get me wrong, there are a few, but most people don't even know what they're looking at. So you have a bunch of people grossly exaggerating the value of what they see. And I'm sitting here like, I'm not going to see that person with that car in 24 months, right? If they had a Maybach S-Class, when the air shocks give out, they won't be able to replace them. If they have a Bentley, when the vacuum gives out, or when the infotainment system, more importantly, gives out, when that gives out, they won't be able to do that. If they got a G-Wagon, look for the LED strip below the headlights. I'm like, oh, you're a decade old.
Damn!
I'm putting y'all up on game. The current generation of the G-Wagon, both the G550 and the G63, that started in 2019. You can immediately identify it because they put the daytime running lights inside the headlight, so it's the circle that lights up inside the headlight. Before that, it was a LED strip below each headlight. So I put y'all up on game. If you want to be able to recognize an old one, previous generation, going on a decade old now, just look for the LED strip below the headlight. You can also recognize it by the back on the tail lights. I won't go into that, but not going to tell you everything. But if you want to go to Google search, you can do that. For Bentley, truthfully speaking, we're on our third, fourth generation now. Since they started the Continental back in 2004, 2005. I'm like, okay. If you don't know how to recognize them, man, you find Bentley Continentals from a decade ago on every damn half-baked car lot in America now. Why do you think it's there? And Atlanta is good for folks grabbing ancient exotics and ancient luxury cars to go flex on people who don't know the difference. You know what you don't see running around Atlanta? Revueltos. You know, the new Lamborghini. Temerario. The new one. You'll see some Aventadors. You'll see a bunch of Hurricanes maybe. What you won't see is the Current. Now that's what you won't see. Oh, bursting bubbles. Don't worry, ladies. If you want to know why you got laid on top of by a guy and now you want to talk about he was scamming you because he didn't have no money, okay, Google is your friend. You might want to learn the generations of these vehicles before you assume he's balling out. Yes, it might be nicer than your Nissan Altima. Rest in peace, Altima. But if you don't know your generations and don't know your cars, you don't realize these guys are waiting until these things have hit depreciation rock bottom. All the maintenance issues will start to happen. But he knows you don't know any better. So he'll patch that thing together long enough to impress you. And you think he's balling out. And you're going to find out after he's laid on top of you for a year or two. And just how great it really wasn't. So once again, Atlanta does not impress me because I see what the hell's rolling around in Atlanta. I see why. So once again, that impresses people who don't actually know anything. But it doesn't impress people who do. Furthermore, what would you look like doing that? You see, you can be Derek Jackson and go scam your way to a Lamborghini. Okay, and then he's going to go lay up with some nurses. He's just going to do that because, that's a hoe wagon. Well, yeah, everybody's damn thought's going to jump in there. Claire Huxtable's not jumping in there. Gina Torres is not jumping in there. Gwen Eiffel's not jumping in there. The thoughts and wannabe strippers, they'll jump in there. The quality females ain't going to do that. you doing that impresses them. It doesn't impress quality females because it can't. Because it can't. The fellas who can actually, I will say in Atlanta, it's rare to see a Cullinan roll around. It's rare to see one. If you do, it's some fellow who's mortgaged 10 years of his life. But once again, by the way, yeah, you don't really see a bunch of those running around Atlanta. Don't even start lying. Don't even start your lying. I go through there all the time. Don't even start the lying. You rarely see one of those. Yeah, because you're going to have to unask something for real to get that. Okay, so just understand, folks are going to start the exaggerating now, which is fine. It's fine. Just listen to me. We already debunked that last week with the CRNA thing. Comment sections will say literally anything. In my world, you have to prove this stuff. In my world, you have to prove this stuff. So just understand this. They fake it till they make it, and they just say a bunch of garbage. They just say a bunch of crap, but it's not something you can really live with. It's not something you can really live with. It's not a real thing that actually exists. So even in their case, they just talk. And that's what the females end up with. They end up with that. They end up with guys who sit up here and talk their way through things and that and the other. But that's all. Okay, if you missed that, brother, you need to listen to last week's program. Okay, FYF, you need to give me a call up on Zoom. Okay, he's jumping up and down begging for attention. Okay, let's go ahead and get FYF up here on Zoom. You got 2 minutes. You got 2 minutes. I mean, no, here's the issue. The issue is not whether or not they go to an HBCU or not. All the hoes and hood rats are at the HBCUs. What? I mean, it's not like we got any more Dawn Lewis. Oh, boy. Not a Dawn Lewis, not a Lisa Bonet. I know they were actresses. Jasmine Guy. Now, that's what they want you to believe Atlanta is. And it's like, no, not really. Not really. So I'm just saying, you're a fella. You can go overachieve if you want to, but what's most likely happening here is a bunch of pension pimps who finally just said, okay, well, screw it all. Let me just see what this damn pension gonna do. Because he's just like, okay, let me throw a few shekels because nothing else is really working. But what I am saying is it's not the kind of place where you would compete for anything. It's not you're not going to do that. I mean, you can, don't get me wrong, but what I'm saying is that there's not a lot to gain. You can do it, but there's not very much to gain. I'm not going to be disrespectful. I'm not going to do that. What I am going to say is that Derek Jackson was married. Did you see Derek Jackson's wife? Okay. Lamborghini, anybody? I'm just saying, do you think that you have to have a house in Buckhead and a Lamborghini for her? That's the point I'm trying to make. Let's have some perspective. Do you think that this guy is going to pull up in his Cullinan for what's in that room? First of all, he got to get one. Do you think that's going to happen? That's the point I'm making. I would take issue with describing it as trick-off culture, to be totally honest. I would take issue with that. I would take issue with that because what's tricking? A bunch of scummy-ass rappers. You call them rappers. I call them rhyming druggies. What? You won't hear from them in 5 years. Let's be serious. You won't hear from them in 5 years, and what do you hear now? They get some slutty broads a handbag. Ooh, he was rolling and coloring. That was his advance. That was his advance from the record label. The record label gave him his advance, and he went to the Rolls-Royce dealership, and now they own his publishing for the rest of his life because he'll never be able to pay back the advance. So, yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much what happens. Cold Soldier, what's not the truth? I'd like to hear that. I'd like to find out what's actually not the truth. I want you all to understand something. It's one of those things there. It's one of those things where it's a lot of folk are upset about that. I get it. I understand. It's like, Jason, why do you have to, you thought I was going to sit here and beat up on the females. I'm like, no, I'm just going to tell the truth about it. I'm not beating up. I'm just going to tell the truth about it. There is a world of difference between Atlanta and Miami. I mean, it just is. There is a planet of difference between the two. In the chat room, what happened to the pimp code? Single moms happened to the pimp code.
And deal with it, nigga.
When the hoes took over the neighborhood, that's when the pimp code went out the window. When the men ran the neighborhood, you had a code. As soon as the sluts and thots and hoes took over, there goes your code. You can't have a code when the hoes run the whorehouse. Because hoes don't have a code. Women don't think they have to keep their word to anybody. There's the issue. Men know you have to keep your word. Women don't believe in that. If a woman can get over on another woman, she's going to do it. That's why women don't loan each other money. Because they know that that's women's attitude towards accountability. Don't ask me. Women know that they don't believe in accountability. That's why women don't loan other women money. If a woman wants money, she goes looking for a man. She doesn't go looking for another female. Women know full well, don't loan a hoe money. Women don't pay each other back. Women know that all she's going to do, you take care of another woman, she's just going to come back with a sob story the next week. Men believe in accountability. Women do not have a code of accountability. So you see, you can have a pimp run the place and folks are held accountable. As soon as the hoes start running it, the first thing they do is say, oh, good, now that I'm running it, no more accountability, nobody to tell me what to do, including to be honest and honorable and to be able to keep your word. No one can tell me, they can't make me do that anymore. It becomes that. Men did not invent student loan forgiveness. It's the females out here begging for student loan forgiveness. Now, they signed up for it, and what they're saying is, I don't want to keep I said I was going to pay this back because we's all strong and independent, but now I just want you to let me keep the money and not pay back the loan. I want you to say that this loan is, that I no longer have to pay it back. You see what I mean? We got somebody over here on Zoom. Let's see if we can go ahead and figure out who's over here on Zoom. There you go. All right, we got Dennis here on Zoom. Dennis, what's on your mind?
Yo, what up, though? I'm FYF. You told me to call up.
Okay, FYF, and please regale us with your epic wisdom, sir.
No, I'm just saying, like, you told me to call up. I'm just calling up because you told me to call up.
Okay, sir, you know what you said, so let's get to the chase.
Yeah, I said, I've seen these cars as of recently. I saw a Roberto the other day because I was turning my head. I was like, damn, look at that. It was parked up there. It was black and like a purple type color. It was parked right there at Lennox. And then Coolinan's.
A likely story.
Okay. We see coolness all the time because
All the time, y'all. He said, quote, all the time.
well,
Tell me more.
QCP had one, and then and Coach K had one. Gucci had one.
So people see QCP, quote, all the time.
If you're in the city, moving around the city,
If you're in the city, moving around the city. So, hey, y'all in Atlanta, y'all see QCP all the time?
We see these people moving around the city like.
I'm not asking you. I'm asking the folk in Atlanta here. Hey, y'all, how many of y'all in Atlanta see QCP, quote, all the time? How many of y'all see Gucci all the time? Moving around the city. Everybody moves around the city, so that's everyone. So that doesn't narrow it down. So everybody would see the same thing you see.
Everybody doesn't move around the city all the time.
Everybody doesn't move. I think what you mean to say is everybody doesn't move where you do. I think that's what you mean to say.
Okay, that's fair.
So because you look like a promoter.
I'm just me, but my thing is that I'm not going here or there with what I do, but my thing is that I move around the city all the time, and so for instance, like T.I., I used to see T.I. all the time. I used to see at the bookstore. People didn't know T.I. was a reader, and he was like how he speaks and everything like that. They didn't know that until he started talking on television. We saw him. I grew up with T.I. I bought T.I. first mixtape at Riverdale High School. You know what I'm saying? Who else? Waka Flocka. People didn't know. People thought Waka Flocka was an idiot. I used to see Waka Flocka every day at the Barnes and Noble. He used to be, when I used to go pick up my coffee, I would be reading a periodical. He would be right there, running around through the store, reading stuff in the store. Who is it? T.I.'s son Falant, T.I.'s son Major, all of them. I used to see all of these guys coming and going.
When's the last time T.I. had a Cullinan, sir?
I don't know.
When's the last time QCP had a Cullinan, sir?
The last time I saw
now,
QCP,
and by the way, and before you give that answer, you know Jason Black. You do know there's this thing called social media. So
yeah, for sure.
Think carefully before you just start throwing stuff out there to substantiate that. So one more again. When's the last time you saw QCP in the Cullinan?
I would say I saw QCP in maybe 2023, 2024. And I saw Coach K, because Coach K has Coach K on the license plate on all his cars. It says Coach K. I saw Coach K in one in like maybe 2025, and then he said I've seen him in several before. Coach K. Damn, I'm trying to remember what he was when he was driving around.
So in other words, once every 3 years.
So you're trying to say they leased?
Okay, sir. I'm not saying anything. I'm just going by the math you gave me. So in other words, you see one once every 3 years, once every third of a decade.
That's true. Well, that qualified as all. He didn't think, like I said, y'all. He didn't think these things over before he said it. So that qualifies as all the. Sir, you're not going to talk over the host, sir. You didn't think this over. You didn't think this over before you said it, sir. You're attacking me.
So that's all the time. A third of a decade.
We don't do that. We don't do what you're doing right now in Atlanta. We don't do that in Atlanta.
A third of a decade. A third of a decade is all the time.
Yeah. Okay.
A third of a decade.
Okay.
You said it. A third of a decade is all the time.
You asked me about specific people. I just named off a group of names.
I also asked you for a timeline, and you gave it.
There's other artists. Rollo has a Cullinan. I think Gucci has a Cullinan. You got the Migos that have Cullinan. Oh boy had a blood red Cullinan from the Migos. Offset had one. The thing is, between the South Side and the city, I don't know the year. I was supposed to know these people's cars. I just see the cars. I was supposed to know.
Year.
Bro, I don't have a Cullinan. I don't know the details. Okay. You know but you the big homie, bro. You know the details. That's your job.
Right.
To get the specifics.
And I know that you see a Cullinan in Atlanta every blue moon. You don't see them all the time. That's just a factually inaccurate statement to say that. I didn't say no one owns one. I just said they're rare to see in Atlanta.
So
they're not, and that's why I asked you for dates and you've confirmed. Hell yeah, it's very rare. You can name the number of folk you've seen in the last 5 years with one on one hand. And there's got to be the biggest tricking. And furthermore, they're not even there anymore. Now, there's the other thing. The other thing that you forgot to mention is, by the way, they're not even there anymore.
What just happened in Atlanta? What just passed came and went to Atlanta? What just passed to Atlanta?
Okay, are you talking about Investfest or
no? I'm not talking about
Fest?
that. Well, that's a bunch of broke New Yorkers and scammers. So I ain't talking about them.
That's Atlanta.
That's Scam Fest ain't Atlanta. That is not Atlanta. We kill niggas out here.
According to the mayor, it is.
See, look, Future was the one who started that with the finesse game. The finesse game started the whole the scamming in Atlanta. Them niggas got their heads knocked off.
Okay, sir.
We don't play that shit.
Atlanta is a fake it till you make it capital. Anybody who's walked through Lenox Mall has seen that. They all look like a bunch of folks auditioning to be Migos. That's not
the real Atlanta.
That is the real Atlanta. Yes, it is.
That's folks that came post 2020. That's COVID money. That's the fake Atlanta came in 2020.
I'm talking about the culture, sir. Not what you're talking about. I'm talking about the culture.
Atlanta was a street city that was run by dope boys. We had politicians in our pockets. We had police in our pockets. The dope boys run the city. The strip club, the dudes who run all these strip clubs.
Okay, so we're kind of off topic here, but the issue is,
telling you what it is. You're not from here.
You can find
I'm from the streets, baby. I'm from this bitch. You're not from here. You don't know. I'm putting you down on the game of Atlanta.
Sir, I have eyeballs and I can count.
Okay.
I don't have to be from Atlanta to have eyeballs and be able to count. I've traveled from coast to coast in way more cities than you've ever seen. And I'm not using it as a metric. I'm just saying that's my job to gauge these things. It's my job to measure them. And I've been doing them for decades now. And even though you do have the Santa Claus beard, you look a lot younger than me. I'm almost certain I've been doing this longer than you've been alive. So I've been doing this for a while. It's my job. I've done documentaries about this. I was a car dealer. So one of the things in particular, these are things I really needed to know. I didn't say that nobody's got a Cullinan. I'm just saying, people are really exaggerate the value of it because what you're doing right here, this is what Atlanta does. Right here. This is what they do. And that's why I said you strike me as a promoter because what you started doing was naming a whole bunch of rappers. That's what
the city is. So I can name dope boys too. But the thing about it is, and this the thing, like you see Big Bank Black, and I'm not going. Matter of fact, I'm not trying to throw nobody out there under no buses, so I'm not going to even say no name. But my thing is this: there's dudes in Atlanta. The thing about Atlanta is the dope boys have made it and transitioned into other professions.
But that's not the biggest professions in Atlanta, sir. So I'm not from there. So I guess I'm about to educate a guy from Atlanta from the streets. Maybe it's time to get out the streets and learn about your city.
I know about my city. My thing is this.
Clearly you don't because all you can name are rappers.
What? It's not just rappers.
Who contracted for Mercedes Stadium, sir?
I'm sorry?
Who contracted for Mercedes Stadium, sir?
What you mean? By contracted what? What part?
Who was the builder for Mercedes Stadium?
Oh, man, you know what?
Man.
A friend of mine, a buddy of mine who owns, he has a car repair shop. He has some contracts with them with some of the welding and some of the glass work. So I know what you're saying. It's a lot of brothers. It's a lot of people. It's a lot of folks who tied into the comings and goings of Atlanta, like the building, the construction, infrastructure. A lot of black men own those companies. A lot of people own those countries and get money with that. I understand what you're saying.
And so when a person
these are millionaires on the low. You're right.
When I ask about Rolls-Royce Cullinans, which is an old person's car, and the person starts naming off a bunch of druggy hipster rappers, that's my first clue. It's like, okay, they haven't been. When you go to a Rolls-Royce dealership, that's not who you see there. That's not the clientele that you see at the Rolls-Royce dealership. Because the folks who actually keep Rolls-Royce in business, they don't go to Instagram and, hey, just let the light with it. They don't do that. The folk who use that as a marketing vehicle or at least to impress little gals, they do that. The most high-profile attorneys in Atlanta, perhaps I'll educate you with a few names there. Better yet, why don't I just not do that? Those are the folk right there. So if a person starts naming rappers, I'm just like, okay, well, yeah, he won't have that in 36 months. The folks who that's how they live, Well, no, those are your attorneys, your contractors, which is one of the things that's driven me crazy about Atlanta, because they certainly are there. They're just not doing what they probably should be doing.
They quiet. They quiet money.
Certainly they're not as ostentatious as the entertainer class is. And that's why when I asked you about that, you named off everybody from the entertainer class. Well, yeah, but furthermore, that's what I'm saying. Well, do they really even count? Because it's one thing to give somebody a record advance and then he goes and blows it on a Cullinan and a bunch of handbags for some broads. Okay, you check back in 3 years and it's all gone, including several of the names that you named, and they're all gone. That's true. And that's why you don't see them very often. Now, you might have seen it when they first got it, but that's why you don't see them in mass. You're not going to go to Lenox Mall and then go to Peachtree and then go to Ted Turner Boulevard and pass a Rolls-Royce Cullinan in one day in all three of those places. It won't happen because it can't happen.
Okay, so where do you go and you see that outside of places like Miami, outside
now there you go.
Outside of Miami, we went down to New Orleans for something, and they had something at the Superdome, and we seen a couple things out there, but it wasn't.
I can't include New Orleans because New Orleans, that's not the way New Orleans lives. Louisiana trades places with Mississippi for poorest state in the union every other year, so you're seeing outsiders may show up in one, and there's a couple places down there you can rent one, but that's not how New Orleans lives. So no, I can't even. I'm
just speaking my few experiences that places where I've been and I've seen them, and I'd be like, oh, because you see them, you'd be like, oh, okay, somebody's doing something up here,
Right.
So in Miami, a lot of those are rented out too. You know what I'm saying?
You're absolutely correct. A lot of them are. Miami is very, very big about that. Miami rents a lot of them. They also don't rent a lot of them, which is the reason why there is literally an Aston Martin Residences right there in the middle of Brickell. I should know because I did the filming on it 6-7 years ago when they first started building it, from the foundation all the way up to the top of it. I actually kind of have a time lapse of the construction of it. So there's Aston Martin Residences, Porsche Residences, Lamborghini's supposed to have one, and Rolls Royce. So that's what I'm saying. There's folk who actually own these cars. They're not renting them. They're not leasing them. Or if they are leasing them, that's all. They lease them and then turn them over because you can just perpetually write them off. And yeah, now when you're talking about your rapper class in between indictments and getting repoed and the IRS coming and taking things, shout out 6ix9ine, that's what you're talking about. And what I'm saying is that sure, I didn't say you're not going to see a Cullinan. Well, Big Boy has one. All right. Sure. You'll see him once in a blue moon unless you're in circles where you just encounter these people. Most folk in Atlanta do not encounter the entertainment class on a regular basis.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you this. In Atlanta, you see entertainers all the time.
Yes, you see entertainers all the time. You don't see entertainers driving their Lamborghinis and Rolls Royces all the time. You'll see entertainers. Yes, you will not see them styling and profiling like that. You don't.
You come stay in Atlanta for 30 days.
Unless it is an event where they're specifically doing that for that purpose.
There's an event in Atlanta every week.
Thank you. Unless there is an event that they're specifically doing that for that purpose.
What I'm telling you is there's one every single week.
Okay, them folk ain't showing up for it every single week.
What I'm saying is, and then you have different parts of Atlanta, right? So for instance, you're familiar with the city. So you're familiar with up in Roswell where they have the Lamborghini dealership and where they have, where they work on those cars, the Aston Martins, Lamborghinis. They have it. It's all kind of in like one central location, kind of like Roswell-ish, going north of the city. If you're out in that area and you get out into those suburbs, you'll see you're not gonna just see the cars just all the time, but you will see them more frequently up there or near that dealership. They put that dealership there for a reason. If you're up in Buckhead, you're gonna see in just random apartments. I remember I seen Yo Gotti parked like this was like a baby blue candy blue powder blue Huracan. He parked one up there in a apartment when he was going to see like he was there with a badass chick, and he just parked one.
That all goes hand in hand.
Yeah, he just parked it in. This was maybe like this was long. This was a
I'm
while ago.
sure
This
it
was when the
was.
car
I'm sure it's
first
about a
came out.
decade ago. I'm sure
Yeah, it was exactly about 10 years
Thank
ago.
you.
And he just parked it and just left it. You know what I'm saying? Like they ended up towing the
I
car
doubt.
out of that. No,
Perhaps he had a rather eventful evening. So
yeah,
there's that. Long
but
story short, if you stand on a street corner in Atlanta at Lenox Mall or downtown, I hope that you don't die of either starvation or exposure waiting for a Cullinan to drive by, because that's exactly what's going to happen. Now, what you will do or see various stages of Bentley aging. You will see that. I'm pretty sure you'll see about 2 of those a day in specific areas.
old Bentleys. You
Yes,
know what?
you're going to see about
Atlanta-
2 of those a day. And you're probably going to see some older Bentegas. You'll see that too. What you're not going to see is Bentayga extended wheelbase. You won't see any of those. And the point I'm making about it is people are grossly exaggerating the value of it. They're grossly exaggerating it. And in the process of doing that, this is the fake it till you make it I was referring to. This is what Atlanta does. Everybody does that and says that, and they hype it and they exaggerate it and they bloat it. And then all I got to do is ask 2 questions and the wheels immediately fall off the car. And it's like, okay, and that works for folks trying to get it together. It doesn't work when it needs to be together, because we're representing a city that they're making representations of a city that doesn't exist. As a hype machine, sure. But what you're talking about is not something you're going to be living with. You'll see one here or there. You'll see one, you'll be able to mark it on your calendar once a year when you saw it. You will not be encountering it on a regular basis. Not nearly to the extent that you will in Miami or LA or New York. Not even close to what you'll encounter there. Once again, I didn't say they don't have them. I'm just saying that what we're hearing right here, the entertainment class, yeah, you'd have to run into one of them when they're out trying to be seen. And don't get me wrong, they do want to be seen. However, most of them cannot afford the cars that they have. So you see, by definition, they will not be out in them, quote, every week, because you can't be out in it every week. The A and the B service will annihilate you. Which is why Ed Bolian has an entire YouTube channel. Remember, he used to be Lamborghini of Atlanta. You want to talk about them? Ed Bolian was there. So, well, them and Porsche. Doug DeMuro was with Porsche, I think it was. Ed Bolian was with Lamborghini. And it's like, yeah, he built a whole YouTube channel about how they went back and got all these rappers' cars from him because they couldn't afford them. I forget whose Bugatti he's got now. He had Missy Elliott Spiker, and I forget which rapper it was. He's got their Bugatti now. And I'm like, yeah, that's the curve right there. Right there. If they get it, they won't have it in 3 years.
Okay. But what does that have to do with me saying I saw him? If I saw you when you decided to take it out and you had it, that doesn't make what I'm saying false.
I'm not disputing what you've seen or haven't seen, because I can't confirm or deny that. What I will say is that whatever you've seen or haven't seen has been exactly what I said. Once in the blue moon. Well, there's events every week. Yeah. And you won't see it then.
It's events every week, man. I'm telling you, Atlanta's the event city. That's
correct.
All we get. That's all we get down here. I mean, the World Cup was just down here. So, with the World Cup being here, I seen some things I was like, wow.
Yeah. You will still be able to count the number of Cullinans on one hand. You'll still be able to do that. They will still be few and far between, which is the whole point I was making. So I understand Atlanta wants that kind of shine and whatnot, and I'm not here to rain on the parade. What I am here to say is that, by the way, anybody who thinks that's what they're going to encounter when they get there on a regular basis, these things are grossly exaggerated. Grossly so. And unless you're in promoter circles, and then you're really going to be just meeting the same cats over and over. It's not like you're going to be meeting some expanding circle. It's going to be like what he just did. The same 5 or 6 guys. And that'll be it until they lose theirs. And
well, I mean, I grew up with these guys, man. I grew up around a lot of these guys. It's like, who was it? Mahmoud Rauf. I used to have coffee with him every morning. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like I'm so used to this, man. I'm so adjusted to this that a lot of this stuff I might not, it might not sound real to some people, but for some people, like you say, if you are around certain places, around certain spaces, then you're gonna see certain things that your average person doesn't see. But it feels normal to me. It feels normal to me when because CeeLo Green used to sit in the middle of the mall with his shoes off. You know what I'm saying? And Redman had
I
a
can
house
only
on the street.
imagine those toes.
Oh
I
man,
can
good
only
Lord.
imagine his toes.
Terrible.
I'm pretty sure it looked like the Hobbit. So
You know his when he had his name was his gnarly was his name. I was like, man, that's an appropriate name, bro, because them feet is gnarly for real. But
I can
yeah,
imagine that. Well, thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Like I say, y'all, welcome to Atlanta. Welcome to Atlanta. So if you've made your way there, then, you'll have an opportunity to check that out. But case in point, I just want you to be aware of that. That's another thing. Yeah, I mean, that's what they do. In Atlanta, it's a lot of name dropping. It's a lot of fake it till you make it. It's a lot of I know my mans. I know this dude over here. It's a whole lot of I know people. It's a lot of that. It's a lot of that. And so to a certain extent, I can't blame the women for wanting to get away from that. I can't blame the women for wanting to get away from that. I can't blame them wanting to get away from that. Just at a certain point, it's folks do a whole lot of work to do that. But I'm just saying to you, okay, eventually that's going to run out for you, which it has. No, what if you don't want to be with an entertainer? Now what? What if you don't want to be with the entertainers and with their drugs and their groupieism and all that stuff? Okay. What if you don't want to be among them? Now what? What if you don't want to be dodging Ed Bullion's tow truck to come pick up that Lamborghini you couldn't pay for? Now what? The issue with being in a place that really has this backbone is, quote, entertainers, is a bunch of people they make their money trying to convince you that they're successful. Really successful people don't want to be seen. Folks who make their money appearing successful, they demand to be seen because that's how they keep, whatever level of revenue they have going. And that's why the first thing I start looking for is, okay, we got product dropping and name dropping for it. So it's things like that. I just want you all to understand, you know me. I take a camera with me everywhere I go. I mean, I didn't say you're not going to see any drive by, but this idea that you're going to see one once a day or once a week, no. Maybe if you're just camped out in their neighborhood, kind of creepy. Okay. Well, I mean, that's like saying, okay, you see them, quote, all the time in Brickell. Okay, you see them drive by all the time. All right. But I just want you to realize that if you're looking for that to be a life, what are you going to be judging by? And furthermore, those folks in particular there, what would you be dealing with them for, to be honest? What would you be dealing with them for? None of those things go together. No, when you go to South Beach, when you go to Ventura Beach, when you go to Miami, when you go to San Diego, it all matches. That's the other thing, is that in Atlanta, things don't match. You got a Cullinan with a chick stepping out looking like she did time at Attica.
Nigga, please.
It doesn't match. For men who actually are worth something, a BBL is offensive. This is a sure sign you don't belong here. Like, what are we going to invest in? He's together, everything's straight. They don't belong here. What good are you going to be doing with that? There's a reason why they name rappers. Well, yeah. Okay, let me explain to you all how this works so that you understand. All right, you get some druggy rapper. He hit up there on Instagram. The labels come. They offer him $1 million, $2 million advance, maybe. They go get a custom Rolls Royce. There goes anywhere from $500,000 to $1 million of his advance. Poof, gone. Right then, right there. He hasn't paid a stitch of taxes. He's telling himself he's going to do tours and shows and pay for it. They take out a 10-year note on it. If they do try to lease it, the balloon payment gets them. That's why I said you won't see it in 3 years, because even if he leases it, even if he's got good terms on the lease, when that balloon payment shows up, he won't be able to pay that. So, and it's very unlikely that they'll refinance it for him either. So you won't see it in 3 years. That's how I know you won't see them. If they go get a 10-year note, the problem with that is that you are assuming that your success in the industry will have the same longevity. Well, you already gave up half of your advance, if not all of it. You bought a bunch of handbags for some scummy hoes and a bunch of stuff for your deadbeat family members. You're going to be running on fumes at the end of 24 months. And they'll be chasing you around for that Cullinan very shortly thereafter. That's what tends to happen. That's what occurs. Now, I want to say something that's a little bit less flattering here. For a lot of the females, they don't care about that.
Nigga, what?
By the way, in Atlanta, they don't care about that. That's the dirty little secret there, is they don't really even care if you don't have it. Right now, you're in a cycle where the females are like, man, they don't care if you're a straight up scammer. As far as she's concerned, when them people come to get you, they're going to get you. They're not going to get her. Females love rappers because rappers are tricks and idiots. He will do anything to impress the women. Okay, well, he'll do anything, including something illegal. All right, well, that's done. Tekashi 6ix9ine, I was part of the auction when they sold all of his stuff. Handbags, watches, his platinum plaques. That's what happens to him. Okay, well, if you're one of these hood chicks, and they're filled with those, you're sitting up on Instagram, you're going to try to get pregnant by him, although that's not a great idea because there's not a whole lot going to be able to take by the time we get 4 years out. You're going to sit up here and get some handbags and things. And she's like, okay, and if it all falls apart, that's his problem, not mine. These chicks will sit here, let you wine and dine and spin yourself into oblivion. And she'll sit there and watch. And when the money runs out, she's going to see if she can go get a ticket to All-Star Weekend and go get somebody else. Oh, look, there's another Cullinan going by. And she's going to try to see if she can get a ticket to ride over there. She doesn't care if it wipes you out. She doesn't care if it annihilates you. So even if what you're doing is illegal or highly dangerous, just so long as you get out there, because as far as she's concerned, this is a risk-free investment. This is a low-risk or no-risk investment. I mean, now it only goes bad if they shoot up the car and she's in it. Now, if some of your ops shoot up the car and she's in it, well, that went bad. But other than that, she's going to be like, okay. All right. You go ahead and do that. So this is what I'm talking about when they say the men with the money. It's offensive when you do that. It's offensive when you do that. That's offensive for that kind of thing because that costs. And they're not looking to shoulder any of the cost for it. It's even worse when you say that, by the way, we're going to make character and integrity second. I want to go back and show y'all. I mean, that's what Kendra G just sat there and told you, that oh, character is second. I mean, we want the rich men. Character, and she said, I'm really about character and integrity. That's interesting because that's not what you were advocating to the women. I'm just letting you guys know here that, by the way, you want to know why this whole event, when they do these things, are so damn offensive, is because character and integrity mean nothing. It means nothing. There she is lying. She says about character and integrity. Okay, it's not hard to find men who want character and integrity. That's not difficult. That's not difficult at all. What is difficult is finding people that integrity is coupled with the other stuff that they're looking for. But then again, they don't care about that either. Yikes. Let me ask you all, how much character and integrity do you think that Kendra G insists on? Do you think those women in that room care about how you got it? There's the real damn shame of it, folks. Do you think those women care how you got it? Now, I'm talking about these women in their 30s and 40s and 50s. Do you think they give a damn how you got it at this point? Just so long as they got access to it. So why don't you come show up at an event after all your years of work and struggling and toil and effort and, oh yeah, being overlooked by all these females back when they were in their prime. What? Back before the kids and the weight gain and everything else and the stretch marks and the tattoos. And then their desperate attempts to not get your attention. That's another thing here. Atlanta hold this L. These females don't go get BBLs to get the attention of a responsible, competent man who is a top executive attorney. They don't want your attention. They go get the plastic surgery in a desperate last-ditch attempt to keep the attention of the aspiring failed rapper over here. They do that in a desperate last attempt to keep Pookie and Ray Ray's attention. They don't do that for the nerds and the geeks in college, or the nerds and the geeks when the females are 22 and 23. They don't go get the BBLs to get your attention. She's like, oh, you're invisible. She goes to get that. So, okay, the deadbeat, low-life, little druggie. Let me try one more time to retain his attention. Let me see if this will work on him. And so it becomes about that. It becomes about that. So yeah, why don't we go ahead and line up at this event so we can go ahead and see all the chicks who plan A didn't work. Nigga, please. Let's go and hang out at this event so we can go meet all the left behinds and leftovers for whom plan A didn't work. Plan A didn't work out. So they've gone to some singles event to see if they can get plan A, plan B, or C to work out. Now we got whole arenas filled up with them. So fellas, I'm so glad that you remained responsible and that you kept your integrity and your character so that you can come support all the cast-offs that Kendra G has been so kind as to gather together for us here. Now you can go see if you can help them get their lives together, and don't worry about the kids or the STDs or some of the other baggage that they picked up during their time of scumming and slumming. Don't worry about that. Okay, we got Paul here on Zoom. Paul, I need for you to go ahead and make sure you have your camera and your microphone turned on for me. YouTube is not going to see you. Just me, just to make sure we don't have any trolling issues. All right, Paul, what's on your mind?
Bottom line, Jason.
You look like a fine law student here, if I might say so. What? All right, what's on your mind?
Thank you. But what's the answer, man? Bottom line, because I got a neighbor from Venezuela, man. He going through such a cold situation with his wife, with his woman, and it just rings that what you say, it's universal. It's all over the world. The internet is all over the world. And to be honest with you, man, I'm from the generation of, run up on them. And we talk to them, we run up on them, we come out properly dressed, groomed, a little bit of conversation, and you do your thing. But it's drought season, and I'm not a deal maker. So bottom line, man, is it just be willing to go along for long droughts, or hey, what's the answer, man?
Look, I'm not here to lie to you about anything. I'm just reporting the news, okay? I mean, sometimes crime is up, sometimes crime is down. If tornadoes come through, I'm not being negative. I'm like, hey, tornadoes came through. I ain't got no good news to give you right now. So, I mean, that's basically where we're at. Look, thought culture is taking over. I mean, that's just it. The females have, when the single moms took over, and that's like half a century ago now. You're going on 50 years since the single moms, overthrew society and turned it into an open-air whorehouse. So the female code is no longer dictated by the discipline of men, is dictated by the avarice of the hoe class. That's who's making the rules for the females. And the females, the only overriding instinct for humanity that overrides everything else is survival. So it's only once everything else fails that survival, she's like, okay, now my survival at risk, let me go ahead and act different, because there's nothing I'm saying that they don't already know. They already know all this. All your complaints, they already know this. Nobody has to educate them or teach them this. They're ignoring it because they think they can get away with it. So the real issue is about the consequences part. And that's the only thing that will correct this en masse. Now, what you can do is protect yourself as an individual, because there's the biggest issue that we have. The reason we have so many pension pimps out here is because these are guys who got passed over early. And what they're doing now is going ahead and just saying, well, screw it. I'm just throwing dollars at the problem. Let me just come home with something. Let me just drag something dead home. Don't become him, because that's a humiliation ritual. You'll drag something dead home, but remember, I told you it was dead. So you don't want to fall into humiliation rituals. You don't want to go chasing bad stocks. When the stock is falling in value, you don't keep throwing the same money at it. If it's falling in value, you don't spend another penny on it. Do not get desperate. Make sure you have options. A man should always have short-term and long-term options. I think right now during this phase, it's really going to be a whole lot about maximizing your short-term options and making sure that they are insulated from being able to do any damage to you or any lasting damage to you, that you control the sphere of contact and leave yourself available and open if something more desirable becomes available.
Okay, I'm gonna definitely go back and put that on a hard drive and not get it, man. But I guess I'm just looking for some positive reinforcement, because, like I say, man, now I'm a real one, man. So you keep your roster, if you could have one, filled out. You got this for this, you got that for that. You dig what I'm talking about? But now it's just to the point where the ridiculous chicks, the chicks that, okay, if you would be cool, I'm cool. Okay, we can come together and have some fun. That's even far-fetched. That requires overextension. You'd be like, come on now.
Well, define overextension.
I guess, when they come up with all the things from the internet to be like, buy me flowers, pay for my nails, pay for this, do that. And this is just in the courting stage. This is just in the dating stage. You know what I'm talking about? Just to even get to the box, or as you get in the box. Like, all right, come on now. Like, how was you getting your nails done before you met me? How you was getting your hair done before you met me? How you was doing that before you met me? And then to meet me and automatically assume, okay, this is what I'm about.
Well, here's the thing. If you have encountered Miss Get Her Nails Done and Get Her Weave Done, once again, it's going to be up to you to recognize short-term or even just utility. So if you're trying to figure out how to make a workable situation with a public utility, Brother, you pay your electric bill month to month. You don't pay it year to year. You don't pay a year in advance. At least I hope you don't. You don't pay a year in advance. You pay month to month. Most of what you're meeting out here is going to be month to month. So if you're in a situation where you're talking to Miss get her hair done and get her nails done, and we're already negotiating there, we're already in problems because she's supposed to want to be around you for you. She's supposed to want to be around you because you're a cool place to be. I think what happens is a lot of you fellas do not set the ground rules from the beginning. So let me give you all a phrase that I introduced folks to here a couple of weeks ago. I've been using it for over a decade, but that's because you need to set the rules. Ma'am, I like a woman who has her own money.
And deal with it, nigga.
Number 2, when she tries to hit you up for money, or talk about her money's low, it's like your money was not low when I met you. That's what I liked about you. So you see, when you make that clear that from the very beginning and she confirms, oh yeah, that's why you like me. Okay, well then, if she ever tries to flip that, wait a minute. I thought the reason we were together is because we both wanted folk who had their own money. Now, all of a sudden, you're trying to infringe on that. So that's how you put a stop to that. By setting, when we talk about boundaries, fellas want to make boundaries after they've had no rules. That's why it goes bad. Boundaries are what you set up from day one, not something you set up after they make infractions. Y'all need to have a conversation about, okay, here's why I'm here. Here's what I expect. Here's why you here. Here's what you expect. Okay, everybody needs to stand by this. Now in 3 years, this is not going to hold. You know this. But that's not the point. She's here for 1 year. She can talk about 3 or 5 all she wants to. Your job is to be a man and to understand, baby, there's not going to be no 5 years.
I get that, Jason. And trust me, man, I draw lines in the sand. You know what I mean? I believe in covering steel with silk. And so I will draw the hard lines in the sand. This is what I'm saying, though. Once the line gets drawn in the sand, it's no more real engagement. We can't, you know what I mean? And it's just causing a lot of non-starter situations. Like, man, we can't even get past go. We can't even get this thing going because I'm not going to take no deal. I'm going to speak on how I feel and how I want my program to be run.
Okay, well, slow down now. You have a lot of complaints. I understand that. What's the program?
Well, we definitely want to know where you're at mentally, physically. We assess all that. Okay, but
okay.
This is where
you know what? I'm going to do something different here tonight. And by the way, if you all want to know something, your online high value gurus, you all didn't get the real game because you didn't hear questions like I'm asking right now. I need you to be specific. No metaphors. We need to know exactly, specifically what the metric is in solid, concrete, real terms, no metaphors. So what's the program?
I'm going to demonstrate my abilities. You're going to believe and invest 100%. I'm going to lead. You're going to follow.
In your abilities to do what?
Generate income, provide stability, provide a calm environment, mentally engaged, physically satisfied, and we're going to move from there.
Okay,
I got a plan.
To provide income. All right, what kind of income we providing?
Well, my level of comfortability is already going to be established. Like, okay, this is what I want. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm going to do from the beginning. Okay, this is what I'm doing. This is what I'm doing. This is what I'm on. This is what I'm going to show you. Actions speak louder than words.
Okay, sir. Well, I get that. I'm not going to get off in your business here, but I am going to say You need to give us a range. So what would be the floor for the income part that you're discussing in relation to yourself? What's the floor?
Combined or joint, just like
I'm talking about just you. Y'all see, boys, they dancing around now. It's like, ooh, hell, these are real questions.
I just want to be specific. Me, low 6 figures. That's what I meant. Low 6 with single digit type 6 figures. Low, very low, very low. We had to begin in the 6 figures.
Well, so I'm talking about your productivity, not hers.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay. So are we talking? We're talking less than 200.
Less than 200 for sure. Less than 200.
Less than 100.
We at the 100 range.
Okay.
That's where we at.
We're at the 100 range. Okay.
That's where we at.
So you're saying that you're looking for a female to get with the program of 100K. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, what exactly does she need to do or is going to be required of her to get with that said program? And what exactly is she going to expect from a $100,000 program?
Well, first off, don't be detrimental. Don't
Okay,
be detrimental.
do no harm.
I have no problem preaching financial literacy. Don't come and be a detriment, because we're going to take care of our finances. We're going to make sure our credit's right.
You're already messing up already, but go ahead.
Okay, we're going to move forward in a certain direction. Whatever she's doing, I got that. I respect that. I'm not asking you to contribute to me and mine, but I'm asking you to be stable and consistent. It's like I guess you're a formula. I need you to be the constant. I'll be the variable. Okay. I just need you to be constant. Be consistent.
Constant doing what?
This is what I'm saying. She's already with her program. She has a job. I'm not going to talk about it's not educated. It doesn't have an income. I'm not going to deal with that. So she already has her income, because if not, then you're going to do what I'm saying off the gate, off the jump. Like, okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to get this right. We're going to do this. We're going to get this figured out. We're going to put this together, and we're going to move towards this. If she is already doing what she's doing, she got a consistent job. She has some type of skills. She's on point. Maybe she's in debt a little bit, whatever. Now, this is what we're going to do next. Okay, if we got our own residences, we're going to plan. If we really going to be together, we're going to plan for a single residence. We're going to plan to make this single residence something that we can invest in, and then that will later we can take from. We can make it a play. We can make it a move. After that, it just depends on how things go. Like, we just going to move forward, ups and downs.
Okay. You're never going to get that far. And let me explain to you why. And I'm glad you explained all that there, because most folks don't hear themselves when they say these things. It's like, it makes sense to me. You said that you would be able to give her financial literacy. I can teach you financial literacy. Those were your exact words. I can teach you financial literacy. Do you see the problem with that already?
At this big old age, I'm having to teach her financial literacy at all.
Okay, thank you, because you were positing that as one of the benefits of being with you. Is, by the way, and if you ain't got financial literacy, that's okay. I can show you that. Okay, well, so do you see what you're already willing to accept? You're already willing. Okay, now he's like, I didn't think this over. Fellas don't think over the things they say. You're already making room for somebody who is bad financially.
No. The frame of reference for financial literacy is you can't be a detriment to where, okay, I'm generating my income, I'm doing my thing. You ain't gonna come into my space demanding and expecting that I'll be financially irresponsible to deal with you. Like, okay, we're going on this trip. You're going to buy this bag.
Yes, sir. I got that, but I'm repeating your words. You said I can teach you financial literacy. Okay, you've already made the space that there can be a space for somebody who isn't. So that's the first thing. So if you want to start making corrections, let's start there. Second, he said, if she's out, and that's why I said you need to be specific. What is expected from her? Well, if she's already got a program, if she got a program, she's going to do X, Y, Z. Oh, well, sir, if she's already got a program, what the hell does she need you for? What? Tell me a female who already got a program who is looking to stop her program and then get with yours.
This is what's going to have to happen. Like, if she,
okay, I get that, but what I'm saying is that these are the pre-qualifications you named. So I'm addressing the pre-qualifications you named because you have a lot of complaints. And I did not say your complaints were not valid. I am saying, by the way, have you noticed you might be doing something to contribute to that? You're making space for financial illiteracy, financial irresponsibility. She got her own program. All these things that are guaranteed to be short-term battles. You won't get 2 years down the road. You won't get a year down the road because you all are going to be in conflict from day one. If she's got a program, part of her program is any man want to be with me, need to be paying my nails. He needs to qualify for me. That's her program. Oh, well, now she got to get her hair and nails done as a token that you qualify. So you're actually making space to be able to exacerbate the exact issues I think you're complaining about. without knowing it, obviously.
No, well, you know what? This is the problem. This is what I've run into. The issues that I'm complaining about are the issues that I continuously run into and I'm dealing with. Even whereas I say I had to ask, okay, she got her own program, she doing her thing. She had a good credit score and all of that, but how she's moving and doing certain things, I'm like, well, look, you can actually do this. Or maybe you should do this. Or maybe you should think about this. Or moving like this or doing like this. Whereas she's living, she's paying her bills, she's surviving, not thriving. And that's what I'm essentially mean. Like, okay, you're surviving.
Right. But have you asked her what her definition of, quote, thriving is?
She'll say in her words, she'll tell you she's fine and happy with the mediocrity. She's fine with it.
Okay, well, if you have a female who's really, truly fine with her mediocrity, then all you got to do is go take her for a Happy Meal. There shouldn't be any conflict. So obviously, this is not a true statement. And that's the point I'm really trying to get at. So when we ask what's thriving for them, I bet you that they have a very specific thing in mind. They actually have something very specific in mind.
But, I would try to ask her these things because, she had a paid off car. I was like, oh, that's good. That's amazing. It's always good to have a paid off car. Car notes are,
Yeah, but it's okay. But here's the issue. The issue is, remember, you are a man. And so a female meets you with unspoken assumptions. And the number one unspoken female assumption is that you are going to automatically make her life better simply by virtue of the fact you are present. Number two, you are going to fulfill her dreams and fantasies and expectations. So the question is not, does she have a, quote, paid off car? The question is, ma'am, is this your dream car?
Auntie, chill.
That's what I would say. I would say, like, come on, you gotta want a car with some amenities, with a little bit of luxury. You're living in the snow. You want 4-wheel drive. Okay, this is how we should go about doing it. Because she had never had a car loan. All her cars are paid off. So I'm like, look, they're not going to give you the money that you think you're going to get.
Let me try this again. Did you ask her that question?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
And what did she tell you?
I'm happy with what I have.
Okay, then I don't understand the complaint then.
Because at the same time, when it's her money or her situation, she's happy with what she has. When she may have access to me and mine, let's just go overboard.
Okay.
Let's go off the charts.
Okay, sir.
And I'm like, hold on now.
Yeah, you're making this way more complicated than it needs to be. I asked you if she has a dream car. You claim she doesn't. If you're saying that all of a sudden she has different expectations, she only says that when it's spending her money, but not when spending yours, that's precisely the problem. So let's try this again for the last time. Sir, I said that a woman expects you to fulfill her fantasies and expectations. So when you asked about the dream car thing, were we asking that as a blanket statement, or were you asking that as far as were you asking that with the I'm trying to get the right word for it. Were you asking that with the understanding that what you're asking her for is to find out what she wants, not what she can afford? Did you ask her that with that clear understanding? I'm not just asking you what you can afford. I'm talking about if you could have whatever you wanted with me or whatever providing it, then what?
Jason, man, this was the biggest contradiction relationship I've ever been in. It was always, I'm happy with what I have.
Okay, then you wouldn't be saying that it all changes when you have to foot the bill.
Well, this was like vacations and trip. As far as the vehicle, that was enough. But just as far as like going on trips and then how we would go on a trip.
Okay, and then in that case, then it's about the handbags then.
It's like every other aspect of life.
Okay, well, back up then. If it's not about the car, stop. Don't get 10 years down the road. Okay, and it's about the handbags then. So, what handbags does she currently have?
Trash.
Okay.
Trash.
Then what does she aspire to have?
What's popular?
Okay, sir, can we be more specific than what's popular? There's a lot of popular stuff out there.
She's looking at Chanel and Birkins and all of this mess, man.
Right, there you go. So if it's not for cars, then we found what it was for here. At least we found one possible avenue for it. All righty then. I don't think that you're going to be footing Chanel bags.
That's enough.
Okay.
That's enough.
So in other words, if she gets with your program, the first thing she's going to have to do is abandon any idea of having what she really wants.
Well, we talking about for fun or you know what I'm talking about? Because we're talking about these short-term situations, and that's what I'm talking about.
We're talking about clarity, and you were talking about why it is that she's got objections and whatnot, and I'm letting you know. You talked about having a program. Okay, but your program does not actually include what she really wants.
Oh, no. There are levels. Like, once we get to a certain level and I deal with you and you invested in me, if I'm investing in you and you invested in me, those type of things occur without really, it's never an issue because I don't feel as if I'm being used.
Sir, you bought a female a Chanel bag?
No, the probably most expensive bag I bought was one of those little...
there you go.
One of those little Juicy Couture joints for like a bear.
There you go. And my point is, sir.
But she don't got a Chanel bag.
Okay, so but that doesn't matter. She wants. But what I'm saying is that she wants one, and it's very clear that that program that you were lauding a few minutes ago, that program does not include the Chanel bag.
But this is what I'm saying, though. If you ain't never had it, how you gonna ask me for it? And it ain't outside of my means. But there is no prior, like.
Okay, then what? Okay, but sir, what is her incentive to quote get with your program, much less to adhere to it sustainably or consistently, when you're making it clear from day one that it does not include the incentives that she wants?
I'm speaking towards the short-term situations.
I'm talking about the short-term situation too, sir.
The tricking ain't in me like that.
No, sir, I didn't say go run down to the Chanel store. He's not listening, you all. I did not say go run down to the Chanel store now so you can put out a short-term fire. I am telling you, based on your income and what you're producing and your worldview and your quote program with the specific metrics that you gave me. That's why I kept saying you're not a Chanel bag guy and you can't buy one. Which is fine as long as she doesn't want one. Oh, but she wants one. Okay, then she already knows you cannot do that. So this is automatically, she's already like, well, okay, but before we even get started walking down the road, I have nothing to look forward to. Whatever I'm getting from him on day one, this is all I'm going to get. And it doesn't have a Chanel bag on day one. And there's not going to be one in day 500 either.
But this isn't realistic because this isn't her level. This is what she used to. This is what she get. Like if I was dealing with somebody that was dealt in that realm and I felt deserved that or generated that, or you know what I mean? Like I could approach it like that. But if you coming at me with these crazy expectations on her little $40,000-$50,000 a year get down, what are you talking to me about?
Okay, but what I'm telling you is that please understand, you, sir, not her. You don't have control over her. You do have control over you, and I want you to have an honest assessment of where you stand. If you're dealing with a female who ultimately has Chanel aspirations, and you make it clear on day one, there are men who can do that. I am not one of them. You've already set the degree to which she is going to extend herself for you. Do you understand that?
If that's her approach, then yeah. I'm not mad at that, but that wasn't the
it does sound like you're unsatisfied with it.
No, if she said that initially, or if that was the approach, or
no
if she stated
woman is going, fellas, on my Patreon I'm not going to make y'all go to Patreon for this. We already talked about this before. Unspoken female assumptions. Women make these assumptions. They got their dumbass daddies and their hoe ass mamas telling them about the princess treatment that they should give. So these are not conversations people have with you as a male, because as a male, you're told you got to earn everything. Females get conversations that once you meet a man, he's supposed to, quote, provide, but nobody ever defines what provide is, or provide gets defined as whatever you want. Now, for your grandmother, provide was pay the electric bill, pay the gas bill, pay the water bill. For you, provide is dream life. So with that being the case, if you're not giving her the dream life, she's like, you're not providing. So these are unspoken things. These are things that she spoke about with her mom and dad. So if nobody's told you, I'm telling you all, these are unspoken female assumptions.
And I understand that. I understand what you're saying. It's just like, I remember when you spoke on, checking out women's past boyfriends, because I do that. I did that anyway. I'm quick to play let me see your exes. Let me see these dudes. Because I like to play that game. I show you my exes. I show you what we was going through. I show you I show you all of that. Because if you've had that, you come from that, you expect that. I can't go against her expectations if that's the life she's been living. But if this ain't the life you've been living, and now you just want to place that upon me, and you ain't never had that, what make you think that you are that and I'm going for that?
Right. And what I'm saying is that these are not things you have to get 3 years down the road to figure out. This is supposed to be a short-term assessment. So I don't see how you can be disappointed in the short term if you've already discovered this and realized this. In the case of who you're talking about, we have conflict going on here about what they should be accepting or shouldn't be. But I've already given you the metric for that. If she's around, she's told you what it is she actually expects. The conflict is going to be, but it's also clear to her that you can't do it. Now, the more she hangs around you, she is not going to get worn down and give up on that, which is what most males hope and pray for. The more she hangs around you, the more resentful she'll be. Because every time she throw them thighs open, she's telling herself that she is giving you sex you don't deserve. Or that her sex is worth more than a Juicy Couture bag.
I think the latter is probably what she felt. But my thing is,
she's not going to let that go.
No, not at all. Like I say, essentially it started off one way, and then it just kind of evolved into a total internet Instagram personality. You know what I mean? With the soft girl era this and princess treatment that, and I was like, yo, you switched it up on me. Well,
I'm not going to necessarily say she switched it up on you. I'm just saying every female is exposed to this. I think men just need to assume. I don't care how clean cut she looks. I don't care how ditzy and dumb she looks. I don't care how rural, how country bumpkin. 100% of females have contact with social media. Therefore, they all get infected by it. Every male today needs to make that assumption. There are just they're just the females who admit it and those who haven't admitted it yet. So males can't be naive about this.
No, that part, I have no pushback against. I believe that to be the case 100% out of 100 times, especially nowadays, moving around in traffic, in the dating scene, in the nightlife, socially. That it's just that you would think based upon the past and experiences, you put, if you put on a resume, like you're not worth that.
Okay, but once again, that's not the way that females reason. When men don't get what they want to get, males say, I'm not doing the right thing. When females don't get the outcomes that they desire, they say, I just haven't met the right guy yet.
Okay.
So, fellas, these sound like cute slogans, but I need you all to understand when you're actually hearing some real spit. It's no, females do not say these things to you. She's not going to say to you that, because the problem is she's facing a reality. She might want somebody else who can do something else, but if she tells you that, well, you're immediately going to bail out. So she wants to hold on to you until she gets so she's not by herself, until she's actually made contact with the fellow who will do that. So it does require deceiving you, or at least being deceitful. The real issue is you not deceiving yourself.
No.
When people tell you what they really desire, y'all stop trying to argue with them or wear them down or be in denial of it. If she says her dream car is a G-Wagon, nigga, she means that. And if she says she wants a Birkin, she means that. That's not, pie in the sky and fluff talk. When females say those words, they literally mean that.
Even if it's unreal, even if it's totally unrealistic for her to have that expectation.
She subscribe to your definition of unrealistic? Or does she think that
it's never happened?
Or has her mother and father convinced her when she meets the right guy, everything will fall into place and manifest? And the only problem she has is that she's with you.
That wasn't it. It wasn't the mom. It wasn't a mother or father influence. It was the social. It's the internet influence.
Well, you weren't there when she was raised, so you can't speak on that.
No. Her pops wasn't around, and her mom was a smoker. You feel me?
Okay, a crackhead will sit there and be saying all kinds of crazy stuff to the kids.
No, but just a crackhead.
Okay, dude, there's a bunch of crackheads in Hollywood with expensive tastes. So that doesn't,
I know.
That doesn't.
I get that part.
That doesn't rule it out.
But if you from like not the slums, but you're from a real blue collar working class situation where your mom was a functional addict, respect, but she's a functional addict. Your pops ain't around, he's terrible, whatever. And you growing up, lacking certain basics, and you get older, you get the basics, right? But you've never had these encounters with men. You don't come from that. Like, if I see a bag, I'm like, okay,
sir, the greediest people you ever met live in the slums.
I just feel like it's unrealistic.
The greediest people with the most expensive tastes you ever met are in the slums, and by the way, they always have been. That's not a 20th century advent. The people from the poorest neighborhoods have always had the most expensive tastes and desires, with absolutely no proportionality to how rational it is for them to expect that. Hypergamy has been around since the first female. So that's not a 20th century advent.
No doubt. I concur. I believe that.
Well, she didn't come from that neighborhood. Okay, but does anybody come from the neighborhood that they ultimately end up in? Anybody? Well, so all you're saying is, you're saying that's not where you're from. And she's like, no, that's not where I started. Yeah, you're correct. That's not where I started, but that's not where I'm going to finish.
No, I would give all the respect in the world to that attitude if it was substance behind it, a skill, ability, talent.
What you're really saying is that you've got a low-level, low-quality chick who is, in your opinion, overpriced herself.
Exactly. There it is.
And I need fellas to be with a female who is happy with the $2 or $3 little you throw to her because she understands that she really deserves 50 cents and she's be grateful for the $2. And by $2, I mean literally $2.
Not at all. Not at all, Jason. I feel like that's an exaggeration because, hey, if we dealt with each other to the extent where we were planning trips and we were planning so the basics, we go out, okay, I'm gonna take care of that. You know what I'm saying? If we doing stuff, I'm gonna take care of that stuff. Or if you need something, I'm out and about, I can get that for you. Like that type of the basics, I got that covered. It was the irrational expectations, and I'm like, hold on.
No, sir, it's the long term that you don't. The substantive, serious expenditures, that's the part you're not interested in. Because you don't think she's worth that.
No, I was like, we got separate houses. I have a son, she got a son. So we both got 2 bedrooms.
Okay, that means
I would be like, okay, we paying the mortgage for sure. Like we paying $3,000 a month. Maybe like $3,400 a month. We are paying a mortgage. We could come together and, our credit's good, down payment's no problem. We qualify for this, we qualify for that. We can move in together. And it's even just living together is a savings that can be dedicated towards whatever else. You know what I mean?
But for someone like her, most likely any excess income, she'd be like, oh, great. Now we can go ahead and put that toward my Chanel bag fund. So that, like I say, when you meet a female, that's what I'm saying, brother. She doesn't have a program. She got baggage. You got a single mom. You don't have a program. You got problems, not a program. So there's the issue right there.
That probably would have been her answer too. Like, or we could just.
By the way, did y'all notice how long it took for him to say she was a single mom? By the way,
Nigga, what?
It wasn't well. That only adds to the relevancy of her unrealistic expectations.
Well, I knew it. I knew it the whole time. To everybody, I knew it was the whole time. I'm just like, he's dancing around it. I'm not gonna say it. I was gonna drop the hammer on him at the end, but he finally went ahead and broke down and said it. But yeah, I mean, he's got a single mom. I'm like, okay, dude, she's been gotten on by a whole bunch of other dudes. Or at least she tells herself she got gotten over on. And now she's here. Every male she meets now, it's going to be, I got to get you before you get me. So, no, she'll move in with you as long as you pay the rent. She'll move in with you as long as you foot all the bills, and she keeps some money in her pocket. And she's going to be expecting that because, well, hell, weren't you paying the rent before I moved in? Well, then you should be able to continue keep doing that now. And as far as she's concerned, that is a fair and equitable relationship. Because the best relationship is where I get everything and didn't cost me nothing.
No, that's sum it up. Well, look, man, I got to get on about my life, man, my business. But thanks for taking my call. You know, I love the broadcast, man. Keep doing what you do. And I'm going to land my plane with that one, man.
Thank you for giving us a call. Yeah, y'all. You grab the single mom and let's see if we can get her some act right. So it certainly explains how they met. It certainly explains that. She's got a bunch of problems, and now she's looking for the highest bidder. And yeah, if he makes twice as much money as she does, she's like, oh, that would relieve a lot of tension off of her shoulders, wouldn't it? Just so long as he's willing to give all that up. Like, yeah, that'll help me out a whole lot if you give that up. You go ahead and sacrifice that for me. That'll help a whole lot. So, like I say, we're starting off bad. We're starting off bad. There is what we're doing. Shout out to my man V Vinny. V Vinny said valuable lessons. He comes tiptoeing through every once in a while. Glad to see you here, brother. We appreciate that. All right. Let me go ahead and take a look at this. Look, and I'm not beating up on anything. I'm just saying we need to be honest about this stuff. The females who are looking for the men who are built to overextend themselves, that day is pretty much over. Ladies, it costs too damn much to carry you all here. So you know what? Go get your own Birkin bag or Chanel bag, which ain't gonna happen. Go get your own Cullinan. Go get your own Bentley, which ain't gonna happen. But as far as playing this game where you're going to make idle threats to the men and that if they don't sit up here and turn their lives upside down and you just got the best sex ever and that's what you contribute. So he's going to bring $1 million of value and you bring $20,000 of femininity and everything's about getting over. It's like, no, we need to have a honest conversation and level about where things really are. Because you're overpriced. It's just way overpriced. Let's talk about what you can actually get. Either that or you all can just line up and gather together and share him. We can go ahead and do that. Because that's what most of you are going to do anyway. What? You don't have the ability to make demands. That works when you have a captive audience and you can tell the men this is the deal. That's why they want the men to be desperate, because desperate men don't say no. Men with options and men who are built and men with confidence, they say no. So it's very important to them that whatever happens, the males need to be desperate and destitute at the very least so that they don't have the option to say no. And then whatever you slop off the plate at them, that's what they need to go ahead and gobble up. So please understand, they want you to be emotionally deficient, emotionally desperate. You don't have the ability to say no. You have a bunch of bad options in the room, and you're just going to try to pick from the least of the worst. And I'm not guaranteeing you that the best options will run up and avail themselves, because right now, there are far more single females than there are high value and high profile men. That's for certain. There are far more females than there are high value and high profile men, but at the same time, there are far fewer quality females than there are high value and high profile men. There's the real issue. The men that most women want, they're a minority. Yeah, but the women that the top men want, those are the smallest minority. So the majority of females out here, you're going to end up sharing that dude because unlike you and even the top tier females, he can wait. The most desirable females are on the clock. The most desirable men, they're not on the clock. Okay, I know I got trouble over here, but let me go ahead and see if we can get Elijah up here on Zoom. Elijah, what's on your mind?
Hey, good evening. $1 sign to you, big brother. Hey, big brother. I'm not gonna take too long, but this is a very interesting topic. All right, because when you're talking about why Keke Palmer and Kendra G offend rich men and everything like that. Look, I'm gonna pretty much attack. I'm just gonna go for Keke. This woman already dealt her hand 3 years ago with what she did with her child's father. What would she be? My question is this: what would she be at liberty to say to a man of any means after something that went viral like that?
I mean, remember, she's had bad upbringing. Her mama is hood radish as hell, so that's her biggest influence. Okay. So you've been mentored by a moron. And now you've been raised in a Hollywood bubble. So this is the first time in her life that she's ever actually had to meet reality.
Right.
Where folks weren't lying to her, kissing her ass. This is the first time in her life that people actually told her what they really thought. At least she runs into some people letting her know what they really think.
And then to add to that, what makes this woman so hot? This woman, her face is so goddamn dirty, big brother. I can't tell if those is marks or blemishes or roaches coming out of her damn dirty face. Who told her she was hot? And she gotta pound herself with makeup? Come on, this woman she ain't fly at all. Wouldn't you say, big brother?
Well, brother Elijah, maybe she can go to Turkey and get the hairline with you. Just in all fairness, brother, like I say, between veneers and everything else, let he who is without skincare cast the first stone. So that's the first thing I would say here, brother. So before you go in on Keke, wait a minute now. Because Keke can fit into a size 6, probably a size 4 when she really dedicates herself. So I'm not going to sit here and say that she does not have some tools in the toolbox there. So what makes her think that? Well, she's taking a look at the fact that the majority of females are overweight and obese and not very anything else. And at least Keke can clean up very well. At least she can do that.
Real talk.
So the issue is not her ability to clean up. The real issue is, what do you get with it? Please remember, this chick was literally fist fighting with her damn baby daddy in the living room.
Right.
She was literally doing that. Keke, that's the real problem with Keke Palmer. She was literally, I'm not happy with him, so I'm going to literally take my fist and go upside his head. And that wasn't her first time doing it, which is why he knew he could get video of it. It's like she does this all the time. That's the problem with Keke right there. You could live with everything else if you didn't have to have this very hood radish female there to have to live with. Now you add on to it the fact that she's basically pansexual. What? I mean, she slept with males and females, and I'll just stop there. But she slept with everything. So now you have to deal with this too.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem.
Big brother, I want to go back though. What you just said about her picking up her hand and what's that foolishness going up trying to go upside her child's father's head. Big brother, I don't think people understand how dangerous a situation like that is, especially when you played that video 3 years ago. Where was that done at? Of all places, Los Angeles, California. California is one of those states, okay, they hate black men so much, and they pride themselves on being liberal Democrats. Your woman can put her hands on you, assault you, And those nasty bastard policemen will still turn around and say you did it and arrest you, and you didn't even leave a mark on her, you didn't even touch her, and they said they'll charge you with domestic violence based off their hatred of the black man over there. That's what makes that woman dangerous, because she knows she can do something like that and easily get away with.
Well, here's the thing. The thing is that in Darius's case, by him being financially, subordinate to her, that limited a lot of his exposure, though not legal exposure. The real problem for Keke is that all the men that she wants to be with, they saw that. All the men that she desires to be with, they saw what you did. They saw what you did on stage with Usher. They saw how you treated Darius. That's the problem for her. Right there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Usher will sit up there and you'll help him put on a show, because that's what Usher does. I mean, whenever there are other celebrities in the building, he makes sure to point it out, because that adds value to what he does. Hey, right. Show up at the next Usher show. Dave Chappelle was there. Keke Palmer, if anybody remembers Akeelah Nabi, she was there. So you never know. So that adds to the value of the product he's putting out. But that does not mean that he has any plans for you. You're helping to enhance his value, but that is not going to lead him to do anything for you. And every other 7-figure male out there can see, okay, this is not a place to invest, which is why she's not going to get any responses. So once again, the biggest issue for her is we saw that. We saw you when you did that. Now you want men a whole lot more valuable than Darius to risk themselves? That's who wants to sign up for this, knowing what you're like. Because a man he can't afford to lie to himself about you. He's going to put himself at too much risk. He's going to be at too much risk to be naive or to be whatever. She'd have to have a lot more value to get a fella to overlook all that. And in this day and age, that's not happening. These females, with the fellas they want to be with, that's a one-strike policy. Anne-Marie Wiley and, all the rest of these chicks and whatnot, Cassie and all of it, that's it. You get one shot to try something like that. After that, these men are never going to talk to you again. You get one try to do the $50,000 a month in child support garbage. You get one shot to do that. And right. After that, those 7-figure, much less 8-figure men will never talk to you again, Brittany Renner and all the others. You're not going to get 5 times to do that. You might want it, but you're not going to get that.
Big brother, I want to even just slightly touch on Kendra G.
Sunset on Sunset Boulevard needs to give me a call up on Zoom. Go ahead, Elijah. Then I'll let you have the last
Yes, big
word.
brother. You was talking, so pardon me. But big brother, I wanted to just slightly go with Kendra G, just a tad bit. She's a beautiful woman. I'm not taking nothing from her. All right, and I think as far as looks from my own eyes, I'm not speaking for anybody else, I think she's slightly prettier than Keke Palmer. I'm not putting Keke down, but I'm saying this. Kendra G is only 3 years older than me. That woman is 45. My question is this one: invest where and invest how? 45 years old. I'm trying to make sense. Aren't you far past your prime? You're still good looking, beautiful, but that where you going?
The men that she wants to be with are in woefully small supply. Ultimately, Kendra G, I mean, she had an ex who was doing that and whatnot. I mean, he wasn't, some great big famous fella. And I mean, me and Vlad, I've been saying this now for decades, and Vlad is saying it too. So I guess y'all will believe it if a white man says it. But that's where she's going to be. Kendra G is ultimately going to be with some guy working at a car dealership. She's ultimately going to be some guy who, because it had to be a fellow who's older than her. Mm-hmm. So she's ultimately going to be with a guy who's retired and somewhere, and he's not really sexually competitive. So he won't be impressive. She won't be able to show him off like that. But he'll be the guy who's been waiting for a chick like her to finally give him a turn. Right. The kind of guy that she would never give the time of day to today or 10 years from ago. That when she finally, lets the reality sink in, then that's what it'll be.
Yes. Big brother, you was really talking about Atlanta, and then you was breaking down, with the glamour and the fame of Atlanta, this and that, breaking it down. Atlanta is one of the most delusional cities I've ever been to. All right, everybody over there, the mindset over there is everybody thinks they're a hood Hollywood star over there. Everybody got to have this look, because I remember when I was a little boy, you spoke about Atlanta. You didn't have really anything nice to say about it other than that was Dr. King's hometown. But a lot of people who would go down there, they was back then, like 25, 30 years ago, they would say how boring it is, how slow compared to New York. And I realized something. The rise of Atlanta was because of the downfall of New York, Los Angeles, Detroit. I'm not putting these cities down, but everything had to be consolidated over there, because now each city, like how you was teaching us for many years, that it's the same story everywhere. There's not much difference between night and day in these cities no more, because you would have this problem. The problem you're having in New York, you're having it in Los Angeles, you're having it in Chicago, you're having it in Detroit. Now everybody had to move from these cities to go to Atlanta and form this culture. And also Atlanta is big on this. They took in a lot of Black Hollywood rejects, and that's how
well, it gave you another place to be able to do things. Back in the 90s, a lot of expansion happened. Ted Turner,
right.
There's a lot of New York and Los Angeles were oversaturated.
Right,
so they were just
right.
completely oversaturated, and Atlanta opened up a new wave. It opened up a new lane, with something more homegrown from it. So a lot of the right stars aligned to get Atlanta where it is today, particularly over the last 30 years. And, you got to put Outkast at the center of that. To be between Outkast and Ted Turner, you got to put those two at the center of that. So there was a lot of investment that traditionally would have gone to New York and L.A.
Right.
They just decided to keep it there in Atlanta. Ted Turner got to a point where he could do that. So he could keep the investment there. Other things started glowing onto it. So a lot of synergy got built as a result of that. But as a result, also, they don't really have industries like that. So yes, as far as the population is concerned, you have a whole bunch of folk who aspire to, they've seen a whole lot and had a whole lot brought to them, and they aspire to it. They aspire to it, and they aspire to it now. So it's led to a lot of cosplaying, is what it's done. It's led to a cosplay culture, and what you're finding out is there's a bunch of people left without a chair when the music stops. That's where it's at right now. And a lot of people are going to have to level where they really, really are. So yes, you might have been growing up and every once in a while you saw some movie stars, saw some TV stars. Okay. But that's not going to be you. Because you dream about it and fantasize about it, but that you've never become one of those people. Mm-hmm. You're a cool little chick to be with a hood dude who hopefully has been working at the water department for 30 years. Maybe if you're really lucky, for most females in Atlanta, maybe if you're really lucky, you'll be able to meet some old pediatrician. Or maybe you're the young chick and you can go marry the pharmacist. Those will be your options. Other than that, you're all fighting for the pension pimps. If y'all stick out there long enough, you will be fighting to the death for one of the pension pimps. And that's where you'll be. Because this is not my opinion, this is math. Let's go ahead and jump back over here on Zoom again right quick. Let me see if we get Marcus here on Zoom. Maybe this is sunset, maybe it's not. Let's get Marcus here on Zoom. Marcus, if you stepped away from the phone, you picked a bad time to do that. Bad time. Okay, I think they might be there. There you go. All right, Marcus, what's on your mind?
Hey, I wanted to first say this is an excellent program, and I wanted to because it hits home a little bit, because I remember when COVID first hit, my auntie used to stay with my mom, and that once she got in the middle of COVID, she got her, I forget what year, she got her government housing. but prior to that, she was as humble as you could get. She was, you know, she didn't have a lot of money. She was grateful and happy. Now today, she has her, you know, she thinks that she's equivalent of a male who's, you know, paying his way, even though, you know, she's, you know, living off the government. I don't know how to say it any better, but she expects a man to take her to high-end shopping, buy her $300-something sunglasses. And that's what she was complaining about last week, because there was a guy who she met and he works for the school district. And
there you go.
Huh?
There you go. That's it right there.
What do you mean?
She can be the side chick to the fella who's the janitor at the school board office. What? She can do that right there. That's her lane.
Well, here's the thing. He's taking her to Santa Cruz. Taking her to Santa Cruz and high end. And spending a lot. He's spending a lot of money. What? And I'm wondering, first of all, where he's getting all this money from.
Running through his pension, brother. He's used to being overlooked and ignored. That's the pension pimp. Pension pimps are used to being overlooked and ignored. When a chick finally does give him the green light, he just turns into nigger Claus. Not Santa Claus, nigger Claus. So, yeah, he's overpaying.
And here's the thing about it. So I was talking, you don't know me. I talk a lot of SHIT and to her, and she was telling me how she's making this man wait. And she's like, well, you know, this, that, and the other. And I'm like, I know your history because, you know, I've seen the guys coming in, my cousin and all them, we used to stay there when she was with my uncle when they were together. And this new guy is extremely overpaying if this is true.
Yeah, I mean, but look, when you got an Uncle Ruckus looking dude or a Fred Sanford looking dude, yeah, bro, that's all he can do. I mean, we know this fella ain't looking like Idris Elba or Denzel. I mean, that's not the case. So no, he's a fellow who's got to grab the low hanging fruit. This is where he's at. So females wait until it's kind of like, in the desert. They're waiting for a guy who's weak and lame and he's wounded. And when they find him, they go to work juicing him. Certainly not out of love. She's like, okay, let me see how much resources I can extract from him. Go straight to work. There's no mercy. No mercy, no sympathy. If you are weak and lame, the women get straight to work juicing you. Straight to it. This isn't her first rodeo. You said she in public housing. That means she done spent the whole damn life doing it.
Yeah, so she's in public housing now. Yeah, so she doesn't have a lot of money. So, but she wants a man who makes XYZ, makes a lot, and she has a lot of extremely luxury demands, such as $400 sunglasses, and expensive trips and stuff, and all, and a lot of other stuff.
She's looking for somebody's destitute deacon at the church who wants to sneak around and stuff. She knows how to hold a conversation with them, so she's gonna go find some destitute fella out there who's willing to do that. And the older they get and the longer they've been in the drought, the more desperate they are to land something. And what she's doing is extracting benefits on the front end. She's front loading benefits now. Because the sex isn't going to be worth it. So this is a guy who is grossly overpaying. And the problem with overpaying is that ultimately the object was still never worth it. You just overpaid for it. So you will end up with buyer's remorse.
And that's what you beat me to my next question. I'm like, how long can I'm not calling him a simp, but how long can a guy, I want to call him a simp, but how long can a guy do this and be a sucker like that? And, cause I've been a sucker. Don't get me wrong. I've had I've done some stupid stuff in my day, but I felt like dog shit. And that's what made me stop. Cause either I ran out of money or ran out of patience.
Remember, finances will not defeat a gut check. Do not think that your income is going to protect you from having weak character. When people see that you are weak of character, your income's not going to protect you. They can see that. They can see you're weak, and they're going to be able to beat you. she's defeating him because I don't care what his income is or what pension he's drawn off of. You're weak. She sees you're weak. She sees you're lame. She sees you're insecure, and she's defeating you. So don't fool yourself into thinking that money is going to shield you from your own insecurity. It will not. If anything, it's going to enable it. And that's where he is. And there's a lot of guys out there. They've been beaten. They've been defeated. They just want a yes. And she knows the smart thing is to not say yes. Now, eventually, he's going to get ticked off and demand something. That's when the rubber's going to meet the road. But she's going to try to hold that off as long as she can.
And that's what I was thinking. What's going to happen then when he puts his foot down and like an ultimatum and demands something, like you said?
It depends on how seriously she takes him. If he's weak, she's going to back him down, at least for a little while. Eventually, he's going to demand it, and she's going to say yes, because that's what she does. But she's going to see how far she can get him to extend himself first. Now that he's done that, he's set the price. So you see, he can step up on it, but he can no longer step down. So if you met her taking her on trips and buying her $400 sunglasses, you don't get to jump up and say, let me get you these $50 sunglasses over here. You've already set the price. So you see, now she's got you up against the wall. Well, how are you going to back down off of that? How did I go from being worth $400 sunglasses to $50 ones? You certainly thought I was worth $400 before. That's the game. And she's going to be like, I didn't say that. You said it. So, and even, woman, you was telling me this and another. Well, obviously you agreed with it because you did it. And now that she's gotten you to do it, she's going to keep holding that over your head. That's the strategy. I didn't say I'm worth that. You did.
Well, I guess you're right. He probably met her. Yeah, he probably met her coming through the door, spending a whole lot of money. And I'm like,
that's why as old hoes get older, that's what they tell the young females. They tell them, what I taught you all is don't back off your price. Hit him with your ceiling. Hit him with all the bells and whistles. Hit him with your wildest dreams, because there's going to be a fella out there who's going to try to do it. Now, he won't make it, but he'll try to do it. And now you found your sucker. So don't worry about the ones who won't do it, which is the majority. You're waiting for the one who will. And when the sucker shows up, like any con man, okay, that's the one you get. You get him, you juice the hell out of him. Everybody else was smart enough, but they're not desperate. Remember, this is character. Oh, he has no character. He's insecure. So when you hit him with the ceiling, he doesn't have a bunch of options. He's just going to jump for it. And now you got him. And juice his ass until he's dry. Which means he either runs out of money or he runs out of patience. And then you move on to the next.
That's what I was thinking.
Well, you thought correctly.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. He's I don't think he's drawing a pension because she says he still is working. So I don't know if I don't think he's drawing a pension. So he's still making money. But I just didn't think a middle, even working at a school district, they generally don't. They make middle class income. They don't make a whole lot of money. So
yeah, but it depends on what his options are. It depends on what his options are. Niggas will run up their credit cards. They'll borrow money from folks. So it depends on what his options are. Look, understand something. When women learn this early. When a dude wants some sex, that nigga will find some money.
And deal with it, nigga.
And if she makes it clear the only place we're going to sleep with each other is in Cabo San Lucas, he going to find the money to get to Cabo San Lucas. Niggas get driven when there's something they really want. So women learn this early. If he really wants to do this, he'll find a way. Unspoken female assumption. Well, men justify it with that kind of behavior. When he wanted some sex, all of a sudden he wasn't broke no more. So what does that teach her? Oh, I didn't charge him enough because when he wanted some sex, he had money. After we had sex, now he's saying he's broke. Well, he wasn't broke when he wanted to lay up with me. Okay, well, I need to make some adjustments. Let me get that money on the front end. And he can't. No, he found money to come sleep with me. Wherever you found that money to come sleep with me for that Uber, go back there and go get it. Go back there and go get some more.
Well, I guess, like I said, I don't know if he'll ever run out of it. Like I said, he paid her her light bill the other day. This guy, and gave her some pocket money. So, like I said, she's definitely doing that. Juicing him and getting him for everything. So I'm just surprised she was able to find 2 guys in 2 years to do it. My gosh, she had another guy last year doing the same thing, and then something happened with him, and he I don't know if it's, if he ran out of money or whatever, but she's not so interested in him. She's interested in this person now. So I was like, damn, he's like, I guess it's, I don't know how she's able to do it. She's 62.
Bro, there's dudes out here paying for prostitutes, man. I mean, this sexual desperation has always been a feature among males. That's one of the major reasons that a lot of women learn to hate men. It's because it's like, okay, there's so many desperate guys out here who will do anything. So when you consider that there are fellas out here who will pay for straight up prostitutes, well, hell yeah. The fellas who may not be able to want to go the prostitute route, yeah, she's 60 something years old. Okay, let me knock that down. At least she's slow enough for me to catch her. If she's 62, that means that nigga's older than hers. That's what I was saying before. If he's 70 years old, bruh, okay, he ain't trying to chase these young gals around like that. He can't even move fast enough for it. So if she stopped long enough to say hello, he's going to pour all of his focus into that. No matter the price.
Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, I know he's older. I don't know how much older. When I asked her how old she was, she wouldn't give me a number. She said he's older, whatever the hell that means. But I guess that's all I have right now. I can't think of anything else.
All right. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Yeah, y'all, look here. I mean, when I talk about the pension pimps, these old niggas, they out here throwing around whatever little dollars they got, and it's not on nothing bad. It never is. It's on something old. It's on something wore out. It's on somebody's full-time baby mama. That's your competition. Fellas who are just dog desperate. They are so sick and worn down from leaving the casino with nothing that now they're just like, man, screw it. I'll just overpay if that means I can actually go home with something finally. I can finally get a prize somewhere. And these chicks are looking for fellas who are weak and insecure and beaten down and defeated. There's a number of them out there, and they just get took. They just get took. Okay, we got Fred here on Zoom. Fred, make sure you have your camera and microphone turned on for me here. Okay, Fred, what's on your mind? Unmute yourself, sir. Microphone, lower left-hand corner. I promise if you press it, it'll come on.
Yes, sir.
All right, Fred, what's on your mind?
So, hey, first and foremost, I got to pay homage to the great Jason Black. And thank you so much for all you do on both platforms and continuing to raise the bar, which, you are the bar. But enough about that. Let me just say that I have more of a question for you as far as your thought about female psychology. And the state of it is, as long as birth control has been out, right? And of course, we know how young some females get on birth control. What is your thought about I would say the lack of accountability that birth control gives women that ends up bleeding into their relationships as they get old? Because, technically, of course, they get the bleeding from some of them 13, 14. But then, okay, let's say 20 years, they then hit 35, right? During those teen years, right, they were probably very sexually promiscuous. Now, some females do it because their parents say, hey, we don't want you to have a child. They deem it as being responsible, right? But I just wanted to ask, what is your maybe thought about birth control, particularly for these young women, far as going back to when you were probably 15, 16, right? And just their ability to sleep with this man with no accountability. Now, they do also escape accountability, right? With the, you got to drive to Kansas now to
brother,
get one of them.
We're kind of wandering here, but I mean, just the question was, what do I think about them taking birth control as teenagers?
Yeah, and as far as, yes, that particular part with them being less accountable with not only being sexually promiscuous, but also just
here's the issue. The issue is
the
when a girl is a minor, you have control over her actions. So you have more authority to limit her actions. However, if you failed as a parent, giving her birth control as a teenager, that's not going to last. So as soon as she's on her own, she's going to stop taking whatever that is. And next thing you know, she's going to go through her usual slum arc. So you're only buying yourself time from the inevitable. But birth control is not going to give her character. So and there's more stuff out there. I mean, birth control is not going to protect you from STDs. Birth control is not going to protect you from a sex video. Birth control is not going to protect you from your body count. So at the end of the day, the only thing you're preventing is a pregnancy until she's on her own. In which case now you're no longer able to impose discipline on her. Now she has discipline as a choice, not a condition. So once it becomes a choice, guess what choice she's going to make? So focus on giving your daughter's character, not on pharmaceuticals. Because for the people who give their daughters character, pharmaceuticals aren't necessary. And for the people who don't give their daughters character, pharmaceuticals aren't effective, not long term. So if she doesn't do it in high school, as soon as she's off on her own, which she will be, she's going to do it.
Sure. I mean, I guess the question would be, long term with a female, right? Once you get in your, 30s, 40s, whatever, would you prefer maybe to be with a female that was on birth control versus one that was not? Because I feel like if a female was on birth control, then maybe she would be more sexually promiscuous and have some whole ways, more so than maybe someone that wouldn't be. Now, again, I could be wrong.
Yeah, I don't know how you came to that conclusion, but whether or not they got pregnant.
Well, there's no accountability for you getting pregnant. So,
but sir,
slow
down, dude. Let's not talk over the host. Let's not do that. That's first and last on that one. Calm yourself. Females are not children, as much as some of you guys want to infantilize them. That's not the case. So if she's on birth control, if she's promiscuous, birth control did not make her promiscuous. Also, you're only counting the number of times she got pregnant. How many dudes did she sleep with before she actually got pregnant? So you see,
would it make her more promiscuous?
If you're concerned, okay, well, her upbringing made her promiscuous. Her parents made her promiscuous. Getting away with stuff made her promiscuous. The males simply took advantage of it. They did not make you this way. They're just taking advantage of it. That's all. So once again, we're talking about character flaws. You guys are talking about finances and pharmaceuticals. That doesn't fix a character flaw for male or female. So you're worried about her being promiscuous. Birth control is simply to prevent pregnancy. If a female is promiscuous, she's going to do it whether she's on birth control or not. So my response to you would be that's a non-issue. It's a non-issue. If she does not have any regard for her body and no regard for the character of her reputation, nothing else is going to matter. Remember, promiscuity, what you're really saying is shame. What you're really saying is, does she have shame? That's what you're really asking. Birth control does not give you shame. nor does it alleviate it. Now, if she wants to be with one man, and for whatever reason you two have decided that you all want to sit up here and set off bombs with no protection, okay, fine. However, if she wants to sleep with multiple men, not getting pregnant isn't the catalyst or her motivation for doing it. Remember, you're a guy, so you don't think like a female. There are two lies that females tell. Number one lie they tell is that they didn't know they were going to get pregnant. And the number two lie is, I didn't know the nigga was a bum. But in any case, women keep track of when they're ovulating. As a male who doesn't have a menstrual cycle, this is news to you, but women know when their cycle is coming. They have to know. That's not just a nifty little extra life skill. Females have to know. Now, let me go ahead and ask you, do you know why it is that females must know when their cycle is coming, sir? Not they might want to know, they gotta know. Why do you think that is?
Well, generally, I was told that it's always, Papa's maybe and Mama's baby.
No, sir. I'm talking about from the very beginning. So I just wanted to introduce that to you to let you know that that's what you're missing. As a male, you don't think about it that way. As a female, it's critical to her that she know when her cycle is coming, because without me getting into gruesome details, most females have had an accident. I'll just leave it at that. That can be very embarrassing. So you see, it's very, because a cycle doesn't just show up at 12 midnight. It doesn't have a schedule. It's going to begin when it begins. Females want to be able to get the jump on it. I will just say it like that. And they're not going to be using those products all the time. So they only want to use them when they need them. But if you're not keeping track of your cycle, you won't know when you need it. So you see, for a female, it's very important, if she doesn't want to have a very embarrassing incident, to make sure that she has taken the proper precautions. Now, yes, smart females do maybe keep a tampon with them in their purse. Yeah, but that's not really what they use. So let's just leave it at that. They really use pads. Okay. So she needs to know, is this week gonna be a pad week? You can't leave that up to chance, because females want to know what outfit they can wear. Well, remember, when it's that time of the month, certain things you can wear and certain things you cannot. So it's not just nifty and cool to know. It's essential that she know when it is. She's got to know. Okay, well, part and parcel with her cycle is ovulation. So she knows when it's egg time too. And the biggest lie she'll tell you is she didn't know. No female gets pregnant by accident. They know. They must know. These are not conversations they have with you because you're not a female. So these are not conversations that females talk to each other about this stuff all the time. It's men who are on the outside and don't know anything. Even most fathers, who are clowns for the most part. But most fathers are idiots. Okay.
All right. Well, yeah, that's clarification on you. Of course, just dispelling that. I guess just because you're on birth control, that doesn't make you a slower.
Okay, well, that doesn't determine it one way or the other. You can be the sluttiest female on birth control is immaterial. All you're doing is, that doesn't tell us you're a slut, and that doesn't tell us you're a nun. It just tells us you don't want to get pregnant. But that does not speak to that's not really the indicative sign of your character. Because, for example, for those of you who don't have an OB-GYN, We'll slow down. For those of you who don't have an OB-GYN, for example, they'll prescribe birth control for other things. Not even for preventing pregnancy. So these products do more than one thing. As a male, you're not aware of that, but for females who go to OB-GYNs, they have it for a number of different things.
Yeah, acne, stuff like that. But I'm saying,
well,
what about the, accountability part is what I'm saying.
Their giblets do more than just bleed. Okay, I just leave it at that. Their giblets do more than just bleed. So birth control works for a number of different other female issues. Blocking those hormones can help with other female issues. But yeah, that's a very good question, brother. Why are you so obsessed about this birth? But what has happened in your life that you are not telling me? Because we're missing context.
I was posing a question as far as, to me, you know, I feel like if a female has been on, and again, I've had females that were on, you know, birth control, you know, in their teens, you know, up to, you know, them being grown. But I just feel like if they are on, you know, maybe, and I get it, it's preventing babies and things like that, but if we were talking to, you know, like maybe men that are younger than I am, right? And we're saying the females that you want to go after, and, you know, you were talking about the unspoken rules that women have. Why shouldn't men have an unspoken rule as well, to where we would think logically that maybe if this chick was on birth control, generally with the way that we are looking at thought culture, right? There's no Claire Huxtables on TV, and, Miss Uncle, you know, the lady off of Fresh Prince. But so with all of the thought culture, generally, I'm thinking that if most of these females are, you know, they're having 2, 3, 4 dudes maybe in a month, you know, some of them a week, you know.
That's some of them, sir. You need to clean up some of the neighborhoods you go to if you got chicks who got that much traffic going on. This explains a lot.
But I would say probably half of them.
Okay, I need some of these fellows out here to clean up some of the neighborhoods, you know. I need y'all to clean up some of these spots y'all hang out in. But look, the bottom line is that birth control, I mean, there's a number of reasons a female might be using it. I don't even want you to even get off into that, because it's not necessary. Because if she gives you a totally unrelated reason, says my OB-GYN prescribed it for me, there's perfectly legitimate ways of reasons for that. There's perfectly legitimate reasons why they might want to do that. However, you should always be aware of a female's character, because how you do one thing is how you do all things. If she is sexually promiscuous, she will also be socially promiscuous. Remember, first her allegiances leave you, then her body follows. So there's the real issue. You guys are gauging promiscuity the wrong way. She gave her allegiance to another man. Notice I didn't say heart. Notice I didn't say that. She gives her allegiance to another man, and then her legs follow. You're worried about, is she on birth control? I'm worried about who is most important to you. Because I'm going to say something here. You're talking about promiscuity. You've got the wrong metric, sir. Most males do. Let me go ahead and remind you all, who would you prefer to be? The man that she is burning up to jump into bed with, to give triple X-rated sex to? Or the man that, on your word, she would walk into that room and slit the throat of the fella that she's itching to have triple X-rated sex with? Which man would you prefer to be? Of course you have to think it over. Of course you do. But for the rest of the cognizant population, that's not really a choice at all. The man who, on you say something and she does it, because what does that tell you? By definition, the sex is a given. That other fella can ask her to do something and she will say no. Now, is that his woman? Because I'll turn it around. If you the fella that she jumps into bed with every time you show up, but you ask her to do something and she says no, but this other fella that she claims she don't even want to have sex with, and anything he tells her to do, she's on it. Which one would you rather be, Fred?
Of course, the the
Yeah,
gentleman.
you see what I mean? Now, one of them goes straight to respect. Now you realize, now we're getting back into manhood, not that stuff you was off in. Now we're back on manhood, because as a man, wait a minute, oh, that's disrespect you showing me. And she's talking about, yeah, but we just had sex. Okay, if you don't stop talking me crazy. Sex does not determine if you respect me. Another man tells you to do something and you obey it, obviously you respect him much more than me. Much more. So you see, now I just set for you the proper value of sex. I didn't say sex has no value. I'm saying now you know the proper value of it. You're worrying about promiscuity. I'm worrying about the root of it. She can be a nun and still be a problem. You don't want her sleeping with a bunch of other dudes. I understand that. What if her allegiance is to them? Her body belongs to you, but her allegiance belongs to other people. Now what? I'm sure you've had a girlfriend or two, maybe, who they were showing their boss at work more respect than they've shown you. The boss ain't sleeping with her. You are. And yet she gives that man more deference than she does you. Just that quickly, how much does her sex mean to you now? She talking about, yeah, but I give you sex. And now you're like, lost the plot. This is putting things in perspective. So promiscuity is an issue. It certainly should be a given. I would worry less about the birth control. You want to be aware. But once again, birth control is not going to be an indicator of body count. It's not going to be an indicator of promiscuity. It certainly is something you should be aware of, but for you, not for her. You should certainly be aware of that. But do not fool yourself into thinking that's going to be indicative of anything. Well, she's been taking birth control since she was a teenager. Okay, but that's like me going to an old house and seeing where somebody's been patching together the studs in the walls. Okay, I see the studs, but why do y'all have to keep doing this? Well, I'll be damned, the foundation's cracked. The soil's shifted. Oh, well, that's the problem. Right there. We can keep changing studs, but the real issue is this house is not on a good foundation. Changing the studs, I mean, yeah, you can do that, but that's not going to fix a busted foundation. So, and it doesn't matter if the whole house, quote unquote, holds together. It's going to all just be leaning to one side when it does. So, I think you're worried about the wrong thing if you focus on promiscuity. Focus on indicators like birth control. Birth control is just a signal. What's the source of the signal? Oh, mama been laying there with her damn body. Grandmama laid there with her damn body. So that's what she does. And if you deny her birth control, that's not going to stop her from doing it. So do you see why we're chasing the wrong signal? Once you've determined that birth control is not going to be an indicator if she's promiscuous. Once you've determined that she's promiscuous, birth control is not an issue. Fellas need to look for character. You know if you got a hoe. Your survival as a male depends on your knowing whether or not this is a chick who's just, whether she's soft in the head or easily suggested. You know, all of us met chicks like that. Niggas can just sit up and say, hey, come on over here, grab her by the hand, and she off behind the damn bleachers. We've all seen chicks like that. Just they're very highly suggestible or whatever. Your survival as a male depends on your ability to identify that. That's how I know you know. Your inability to identify that will cost you your life. So you know if you got a hoe. You know if you do. You know if you got a chick she's like a little kid. Niggas say come here and off she go. You know if that's what you have. So why does birth control matter at that point once you know that? What good is birth control if she's on it or not? What good is it?
It's zero.
So keep track of the right indicator. The birth control thing is a signal, but you already know. If she's a chick who in and out of beds, the birth control is a non-issue. Whether she uses it or whether she doesn't. Thank you for giving us a call. There's some things going on over there. There are some things going on over there. He does not want to speak on it. Maybe it's best if he don't. But yeah, fellas, if you got a hoe, you know you do. Don't argue with it, rationalize it, torment yourself. You know full well if you got one of these chicks who's just easily suggestible and soft in the damn head, and any random nigga can just take her by the hand and go lead her off, and next thing you know, she doing everything. We've all met females like that. Some of y'all got them in your family. Hell, some of y'all with it right now. What? So if you know, when you see warning signs, when you see those things, stop telling yourself it'll go away if I stick around. That's why you can't be desperate. Fellas who are desperate will sit there and fight with that for years. She is going to spend the rest of her life racking up kids and STDs and every other form of trouble you can get into from having sex. You're supposed to have enough good sense to say, yeah, she's going to have to do that on her own. She will not be doing that with me, and I will not entrust my future to her. Don't really know if I want to follow up behind a bunch of dudes either. But it's like, okay, whatever happens with her sex organ, that's going to be her issue, and you're separated from it. Do not sit up here and spend your life trying to police a woman's sex organ. Let me say it again. Do not get yourself into the trap of trying to spend your life policing a woman's sex organ. Of trying to set sexual rules for her. Either she comes understanding that, or leave her where she is. It's not up to you to do what her daddy or her mama failed to do. It is not your place or up to you to do what her daddy or her mother failed to do. If they failed to make a decent, honorable citizen out of her, nigga, that's not your job. And you will go broke and blind or dead trying to be her late stage father. I'm not here to tell fellas whether you want to lay up with her or not. I probably wouldn't, but if you want to, okay. I would advise you to make sure that when your turn is done, which will probably be in 30 minutes, and you got to get out the way for the next fella. But when your turn is done, make sure that you can send this little soft in the head, or just, you got just wild hoes out here, just they're bipolar. And one of the signs of being bipolar is sexual promiscuity. Okay, well, right before her bipolarism flip again, it's like, okay, you had your turn. We'll send Miss Bipolar out there to go finish getting run through. But just make sure that she doesn't have the ability to come back and latch on to you in between her damn mood swings. Don't do that. So yeah, the age of the right of first rejection is over. The most desirable men have options, and they are not interested in the meet and greet. So ladies, you already know what it is. You already know what it is. If you're going to get the men you really want, you're going to have to come on our turf. You're going to have to come on our turf. And I suggest you get very good at it. Or just sit over there with Kendra G. Can't y'all see it's working? Can't y'all see it's going great over there? Doing a bang-up job they are. Forget about it. That era's dead. It's just going to be a bunch of chicks out here showing up. They're going to talk to the dudes who didn't make it on the Tom Joyner cruise. What? Or to Essence Fest. Damn! Yeah, these are the fellas who either didn't go to the Tom Joyner cruise or Essence Fest. It's one or the other. That's what you end up with here now. But those high status, high profile men, you know, the ones that y'all really get geeked out about, it's like, yeah, no. Well, Jason, what do you do? Ladies, you need to learn how to strike up a conversation, which most females don't. You want the men to approach you so that you don't have to learn any real social skills. You're going to have to learn how to strike up a real conversation. You're going to have to learn how to take a look at a fella and see what he's wearing, see what he's reading, see what store he's standing in, and be able to strike up a relevant conversation that he would be interested in. No cleavage, no butt cheeks, no BBLs. To be able to, what I'm saying is you have to have a real personality. You know, all the things that you tell yourself you don't have to cultivate because, well, as long as I got some cleavage, I don't need a personality. Yeah, ladies, we've entered the era where being the ditzy bimbo ain't gonna really work, not for the men you want. So you're going to have to learn how to be a real thinking, breathing person who is actually interesting and has a personality that a man would want to get to know. Shallow conversation about rappers and soap operas, or waiting for the man to carry the conversation and he's been talking to himself for an hour. Yeah. Welcome to Pookieville. But for the men that you want, you are going to have to learn how to approach them. Let me explain something to you. Y'all heifers going to have to learn how to drop a handkerchief in the DMs.
And deal with it, nigga.
Your great grandmama, she could walk down the street and she saw a fella she liked. Next thing you know, we done dropped the handkerchief. She dropped the handkerchief. She dropped her umbrella. Your grandmama and great grandmama knew how to strike a conversation off that damn umbrella. Y'all females out here today with your fake hair and fake damn everything else. And it's like, okay, you couldn't hold a conversation in an auditorium. Yeah, you all are going to have to learn how to do that or get left behind or get the pinch and pimp and poverty pookie and salary simp. You can do that. That's an option for you too. But a brain dead generation of ignoramus females who want to sit up here and talk about rappers and hairstyles or, God forbid, your job.
Oh my God, bro. Oh, hell no, man.
Yeah, you're so institutionalized. The only conversation you can hold is about your job. Yeah, we're all thrilled over here. Yeah, you're going to have to be interested in something other than yourself. Okay, you're not the center of the universe. You're not the most important thing. You're going to have to come in the door showing him that, yeah, he has value. Yes, you're going to have to learn how to do that. You're going to have some social skills. Well, I'll let my BBL do the talking. Well, only if you're at a strip club. That works on the guys at the strip clubs. That doesn't work for literally the rest of the population. And if you're lacking in that, well, get on in the strip club and see if y'all can all double up on the same 3 or 4 guys. Try that one. For the rest of you, however, you all are going to have to learn how to get some social skills. You're going to have to learn how to hold a real conversation about something that the man would want to discuss. You're going to have a conversation about something that doesn't come up on BET. You're going to have a conversation about something that really is substantive and really matters to him so that he can be mentally and emotionally invested. Or don't. Or don't. That's an option too. But judging by the looks of it, man, I'm looking around at these numbers. I'm taking a look at great big ass groups of it. And it's not just Atlanta anymore, man. It's Atlanta. It's Dallas. It's Chicago. It's DC. You're not looking for a guy. You're looking for the guy. You didn't hit auntie age. Where's the guy? Okay. So you all need to learn these skills or don't. Learn how to make an impression. Learn how to approach, or don't. Wait for the chick who does to beat you to it. Damn! Hey, ladies, don't worry about approaching. Just wait for the chick who does. Wait for her to beat you to it then. Go ahead and do that. Go ahead and tell yourselves that you still got home court advantage. Go ahead and tell yourself that all this anti-chivalry talk, that there's still men who are just going to ignore all that and do whatever you say. Just tell yourself that. Keep running out here with fake hair and bad attitudes. Go ahead and keep doing that. Wait till the damn clock is run out. Maybe you can join old boy's grandmama or mama, whoever the hell it was, sitting up here in your damn 60s and 70s competing for the fellas on the pension line. Go ahead and do that then. I'm just letting you know, the men have been comparing notes, in case somebody told you. The men have compared notes, and they got their own program going as far as that's concerned. Fellas not getting together 7 figures of value to sit up here and drop off the lottery to you. They did that so that they can have exactly what they want. Are you exactly what he wants? Well, I'm sure there's a fella out there. Okay. And there probably is. Like, I mean, he owns the corner car lot. He gets his hands dirty for a living. He's got a squeaky voice. He can look Kevin Hart in the eye. What? He's not impressive. He doesn't take over any rooms. He has zero charisma. Oh, man. Let me stop for a few moments here. I know we've been on for a while here, but let me stop for a few moments because I want to end it on this note. What they're all looking for is a fellow with charisma. They're looking for a fellow who is a showstopper. They're looking for it either because of his personality or his job or his social status or his notoriety. They're looking for that. They're looking for charisma. They're looking for that type of wild energy. She's looking for something that gets her motor going. When you're sitting in the room with a bunch of other chicks, yeah, their guy is sitting up there looking like old man Sam's, but you're able to show up. You're the life of the party. You can strike up a conversation with anybody. You make jokes that aren't corny. There's a big one. You know, women like to laugh, but the problem is they wind up giggling at how corny most men are. Having the ability to make them laugh and is actually funny, is actually quotable. That's hard. They love it when you can do that. That's difficult. They want that. They're all fighting for that fellow he's socially acceptable. He's not awkward. Okay, but most of you are going to end up with Mr. Socially Awkward. Most of you are going to end up with Mr. Socially Awkward. You're going to end up with him and you're going to end up having to pretend you're okay with it and your soul is deteriorating inside. Because, and this is bringing it 720 degrees. Remember when I said before that the men you're looking for want to be able to put you in front of Jamie Dimon or somebody like that, and you don't embarrass them. Well, guess what, ladies? You're looking for the same thing. You're looking for the guy who you can put in front of Oprah. You're looking for the guy that you can put in front of the cast of Love and Hip Hop and whatever it is. You're looking for the guy you can put there, and he doesn't embarrass you. As a matter of fact, not only does he not embarrass you, he impresses them. I'm not a fan of Oprah Winfrey. I can tell her everything about the time she left Mississippi to getting hired in Chicago to her national syndicated television show. I can go down the line about those things without throwing a bunch of insults. Just like you're looking for a fellow who is impressive on that level, well, they're looking for the same thing. And the simple fact of the matter is, most of you are going to end up competing for where you're at. Basic, and that's fine if you're willing to accept it. For the majority who are not, however, you're just going to double and triple up, which, by the way, is already happening.
And deal with it, nigga.
By the way, one more thing. I'm not telling you what may occur way on down the line. How much you all want to wager that most of the females in that room who quote unquote got a man are sharing him? You're in Atlanta. For the ones who quote unquote got a man, she's sharing him regardless of his socioeconomic status. What is your leverage to insist on monogamy? Where is your leverage? If you got a fellow with a personality, a sense of humor, full bank account, and he's got charisma, where's your leverage to insist on monogamy from that guy? Most males are dry mops. No personality, no charisma, no interest. Nothing really going on. But you know what? That's okay, because the truth of the matter is most females ain't got nothing going on. What? I mean, there's the simple fact of the matter is Kendra G is a perfect example of a female who ain't got a damn thing happening. Not a damn thing. Most women spend their lives camouflaging themselves and acting like something really fly is happening. There ain't a damn thing fly happening. They go to their job, they go home. Their sexual promiscuity is the highlight of their week. Nothing's getting built. Nothing of any significance getting done. Nothing of any substance is happening. I mean, I'm not beating up. I'm just saying most females, ladies, if y'all were totally honest, your week is boring, man. That's why you want a man to inject some excitement into it. That's where Pookie comes in. Pookie is at least going to break the monotony. And that's why men like hoes. What? Damn! At least Pookie is going to break the monotony. At least you're going to have some excitement, something. Because most of y'all's lives are like being a prisoner. It's the same thing every day. There isn't anything of any real significance or worth happening. That's why women love social media, because that's where they go to cosplay like something that my life is really great. And this, I mean, they are just decomposing inside. Some of them on the outside. So truth be told, most women don't have anything going on. They just spend their lives trying to front and fake like they got something going on. Ain't nothing happening. So they're looking for a man who hopefully is going to bring the spark of life into it. That's why she wants you to be tall and funny and witty and interesting, to compensate for all of that energy that she doesn't have. So she wants you to make up for that. I want you fellas to see what's really going on. Most women want to deceive you into thinking this great things are happening. Ain't nothing going on. There's nothing really happening. It's not really fly. But she needs to give you the pretense that it is. So that hopefully that sends the signal to you that you have to meet that level of excitement. If women were told, I told y'all before, women don't do the fly stuff. Men do. Women don't get the fly cars. They don't do the boat trips. They don't do the excursions. Women's idea of adventure is going on a hike. Women don't know how to enter a room and make something happen. You talk about all your fly functions. As men, I have to remind you again, there's nothing that they do. There's nothing that they do. They don't do that. If there's going to be something fly happening, it's going to be the men who make it occur. The World Cup That's not female driven. All-Star Weekend, that's not female driven. These are all male things. The biggest, most important things that are happening. It ain't the damn Victoria's Secret, runway fashion show. The real fly stuff that the world watches, those are male-centric, male-centered. You are never in your life going to see the WNBA match the NBA Finals.
And deal with it, nigga.
And the women know it. Hell, women don't even show up for WNBA games. So if there's going to be anything fly, if there's going to be anything special, it's going to be men who do it. And just men. That's it. The women aren't going to budget for that. Ladies, y'all ain't going to budget for the fly stuff. You're not going to budget for the fly things. You all are going to sit back. You're going to get a taste of that damn 80-hour work week and you're going to sit the hell down. But women are not going to finance the really fly stuff. They're going to be looking for a male to do it. They'll be looking for men to do it. They are not going to get up here and try to figure out how to do that on their damn own. They're not. They're just not. So I want the men to understand where your value comes from. But also for the women to understand why it is you're doing that and why it is the guys are sitting in the driver's seat. Because that's what you're really looking for. You're looking for excitement. When you say the Chanel bag, when you say the G-Wagon, what you're really saying is I'm looking for excitement. I'm looking to feel like I've been living. I'm looking to be in the now. I was watching a video earlier today about the movie Soul. And it was a great commentary about how the most important thing is to be in the now. In the chat room there, NT Gangster 1 needs to give me a call on Zoom. I did take the link down, but let me go ahead and toss that back up one more again. NT Gangster 1 has 2 minutes to go ahead and give me a call on Zoom. Let's go ahead and chop it up and politic about that. Since you said that right there, we're going to go ahead and chop it up and politic. So you can elaborate to all of us of exactly what that's about. It is the men who do the fly stuff. If you're waiting on females to do the fly stuff, it ain't happening. Think about your holidays. Think about your birthdays. Women don't make it fly. Women show up with a G-string thong on, and that's their contribution. Okay, who's going to pay for the lights, the camera, the action, the DJ? Who's going to make the machine move? Women don't build machines. The men build the machines. And then the women wait to see who's built the best machine. The women are not going to build nothing. The club, the party, New Year's Eve, it's going to be men who put that together. Men make things hot. The women can maybe raise the temperature some, but they don't make things hot. It's the men who make it hot. NT Gangster, you are done commenting in the chat room. If you don't get on Zoom, you're done. I'm not destroying your point. You're destroying your point for yourself. I'm just saying, I'm not destroying it. You're destroying it for yourself. Now, as men, the reason to have yourself together so you have the ability to do that because that signals to people that you get things done. And I'm not talking about to women. I'm talking about you should be signaling that to women, men, children. Everybody should see that you're the source that gets that done. But don't deceive yourself. Women don't really make fly stuff happen like that. Men create the fly stuff and then women look for a lane to plug into it. Furthermore, women are looking for men who do fly things. She's looking for the guy who makes fly stuff happen. See, there's the reason why being a retiree, the only thing you can do is be exploited. You have exhausted your ability to make things happen. Being the pinch and pimp, you can pay bills, but dude, this is going to become diminishing returns because you're not actually making anything happen. She's not going to tell you that, but by the way, you're not actually making anything occur. Nothing's happening as a result of you. So your woman cannot admire what you're doing anymore because you ain't doing nothing. It's great to have a fly car. How many times can you put her in that and you're not doing anything? If all you do is put her in a fly car, you're a limo driver. You're a chauffeur. You're not a leader. The question is not the car. A car is a means of transportation. What makes you fly as a man is, where is that car going? Now that's what gives the car value. It's great she can sit in it, but never lose sight of the fact that the car doesn't have value. Where the car is going, that is what gives it value. And that is what makes you the man. When the car is going somewhere important, when it's going somewhere consequential, when it's going somewhere special, and you're the one who's opened the door for that. Women don't do that. Women do not do that. Women wait for the man who will. They want you to have the ideas. They want you to make it pop off. They want you to make something special, and she can be a part of it. She doesn't want to make the special thing. She wants to be a part of something special. She's looking for something bigger than herself. But if you're an unimaginative boob, and all you can really do is throw around some money and pay some bills, please understand that's great and wonderful, but she will never stop feeling like her life is missing something important. She grows up her whole life worshiping fireworks and fireflies and rainbows. If being with you has no fireflies and rainbows, just keep in mind, you are defining your value. Furthermore, as a man, make sure you have the ability to do that regardless, because that's what she stands to lose if you're unhappy. You demonstrate you can do it, then you make it clear to her, by the way, this ain't for everybody, this is only for those who qualify. Now you have a different conversation. When she actually has to earn Mr. Charisma, the guy who can make those things happen. Now it's different. Okay, let me see if we can take one more call over here. I don't think that's NT Gangster, but okay. I think we got one love over here. What's on your mind, brother?
PBA, man, what's good with you, man? I'm glad to get back with you. I joined in late, but when I was on these calls, I'm actually doing business calls, man, dealing with Las Vegas, California, because I'm in Birmingham. They 2 hours behind, and I'm on getting invited to the largest technology conference in the world. I didn't even know it existed till they told me about it and they invited me. The women, I can speak on my wife, no bad on her, but you know I done told you about that before, how she felt. We going on 15 years, man, married. First starting out, it was what you can do. But when I heard you, I had to call in. It's what they say. They see what they see right now. And when they see it, it's there. And when they see it right there, then they ready. But when it ain't there right off the top, they don't fear you. They don't respect you the same way. I'm going on 15 years, man. I done showed my wife what it is, what it ain't. And the women out here, I ain't got the best morals, TBA. I ain't got the best morals. But I respect my wife. I respect the vows that I took. But the reason I am who I am, I'm scared of these women out here today, TBA. And I don't operate out of fear. I'm scared of these women. They meet you at the finish line right now. And if you ain't there, you ain't shit. You ain't shit if you ain't already there. I just wanted to see what you thought about that. You know what I mean?
No, I mean, look, when you're raised and they don't, everybody's cosplaying like we have very highly resourceful women or resourceful men for that matter. But the men have to actually earn something. The females are just racking up a bunch of debt, and when it gets to be too much and crushing, then they go do something different. In their 20s, they play with it. In their 30s and 40s, they're scrambling for survival. So, yeah, they don't have the option of waiting because they've already wasted their time. So, yeah, they're at the damn finish line waiting to see if somebody will sponsor them because she can't afford to wait anymore. If she gave her 20s to Pookie and Ray Ray and Mike and Lil Slug and Catfish and Cornbread, if she gave her 20s to them, brother, she can't wait. She gave away her waiting, whatever years she had to be able to wait, she gave those away. So now the fella got to be ready to fulfill all her hopes and dreams on day one. She doesn't even have the time to gain credibility with him. The only fella who's really going to do that is the desperate one. Now, there's the problem with that. Either because he has no social skills, or he's gotten too old, or he's just used to losing, and he's just tired of losing. So you're at the finish line, but you're waiting for the winners among the desperate. You're not waiting for the most competitive. You're just waiting amongst the most desperate. And maybe that's probably where they belong. But even then, to be totally honest with you, it's not like you have a wealth of those. The productive simps? No, not really. There's more guys struggling than there are productive and thriving. So if you do get one who's got a few extra dollars, you'll probably still be competing for him too. You'll probably still be sharing him.
I'm sorry. You know what I deal with? I deal with all my partners who say, oh, love, we're never going to get married. But now they look at me for advice. And then I told them I retired from advice, because with advice, they get to blame you. I took your advice and it didn't work out. I give perspective. And I done learned through that, that, and especially with the stuff you be saying, man, TBA, back in the day, you were teaching me. You ain't teaching me no more. I'm living this. You see what I'm saying? We only about 4-5 years off. But it's like they'll sit there and deal with a woman that they know I wouldn't deal with, and then they ask me for advice on that woman. And our men have been raised by single women who raise those men that they can't stand.
But you talked about advice. Here's the issue. Once you get to a certain point, brother, my only advice is, are you driven? If you've been with a woman for 20 years and she's never seen you driven, never seen you competitive, never seen you win, the only advice I can give you at that point is, dude, how driven are you? But once you get to a certain age, I don't know how driven you can be. For most males. Once they get in their late 40s or 50s, the drive is gone. He's a beaten down dog. Let's just call it what it is. The pension pimp is a beaten down dog. He doesn't have any competition left in him. He's completely exhausted. At this point now, he's too weak to compete anymore, so he just wants to hide and cruise. So now he goes for the low-hanging fruit because he's not competitive enough to go hunt on his own.
When he does that, though, right? There's no perspective or advice for him. Here's what I'm bringing. This is what I'm bringing. This is the new nigga I'm talking about. Is he's seen that woman. And he's accepted that woman. My issue is, I be ready to throw my hands up, TBA, on those type of dudes. But when he sees that woman, he's accepted that woman, but he doesn't understand why she won't change. And all I give is perspective. Is you've given her the line. You wonder why she won't look you in the eye. She's looking down. She's looking at the line that you've drawn. Your words don't meet your action. You say, I won't accept it. And you've drawn a line physically in the sand. but you still allow her to do that 3 or 4 times, and you wonder why she did it 3 or 4 times.
Well, if you don't actually have the ability to object, you're not letting her do it. You just got to take what you get.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't actually have the leverage or the power or the influence or whatever to insist that, yeah, she gonna have to give it the program, you're not letting her do anything. It's just, yeah, you ain't got no say. You don't really have any say.
So you saying, well, you know, I ain't gonna even. I hate that. I ain't gonna do that. I'm an ass.
Look, most males are low effort men. You know this. I know this. Okay, well, he needs to be with a low effort female. The problem is nobody wants to be with a low effort anything. Even low effort people. They want to be with something that's going somewhere and doing something. So the bottom line is that if you're a low effort guy, either because you were young and low effort or you just been beaten down, all the effort's been beaten out of you, the best you can have is a low effort female. She's not going to be very exciting. She's not going to be very interesting. She's not going to be very desirable. What? But this is what you qualify for. And what really bothers males is the one thing that hurts a male most is knowing that he's giving effort for a female that he knows, even if she acts different, he knows in his heart of hearts she wishes she were somewhere else. Or if she actually had the option, she'd be somewhere else.
You don't see that. You don't see that as far as reciprocity. You don't see that the dude see that as well.
They sees what?
That if he had better options, he'll be somewhere else because he's giving the effort for a female that he feels that's what he can get.
Yeah, but
the female has to do less, and she still feels the same.
Well, yes, but here's the issue: males are minimalist by nature. So you see, it's easier for a male who's low effort to sink and to settle into that and become comfortable with it. So the fellow who's comfortable at the penthouse, that's one thing. The fellow who is willing to be comfortable sitting in the ditch, he'll get comfortable down there. And once he gets comfortable down there, the only thing he's looking for now is a female who will be comfortable down there with him. And there's plenty of those too. So just keep in mind, those levels are going to be different. For males are minimalist by nature. So if he doesn't want to fight to have options, he will be perfectly comfortable where he is with no options. Now his goal is getting a chick who's going to be comfortable with him. That's all. Who going to make me comfortable in this ditch with me? Brother, I don't know if you've been to Skid Row, but you're down there in Miami. They got a version of it there. I mean, you'll see them folk there for the rest of your damn life.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you. You just said something. And you know, sometimes, like I say with psychology, it ain't about me. It's just for the rest of them. But you just said something that struck a chord. I don't feel I'm that way. I know I'm not that. But I've showed my wife. I brought my wife through the struggle, and I've done everything for her. And I had to fight her to learn where I was at. So I want to ask you off what you just said. What happens with the dude who fights through that and then he feels he's put up more than what he's receiving back? It's not that I settled. I know I didn't settle. I had to fight my wife to get to where I'm at, and she's done great in progressing. I want to make sure I put that out there. But now it seems like I'm on the up, I'm on the incline, and she's easier to deal with because I'm on the incline. Now, what happens with those guys who's not on the incline, but they still put up the same
Look,
effort?
at the end of the day, people are going to have to live with what you do, not what you say. Now, if all you are is talk, that's one thing. You're either going to talk the talk
Right.
or walk the walk. Males are our most powerful when we walk in it, when we're given nonverbal communication. If you're constantly talking to people, they're not taking you seriously. The longer you sit there and argue with them and call them, it's like in school. You tell that loud kid in the back of the classroom, be quiet, or he's going to the principal's office. Okay, he might have believed you the first time you said it. After the 20th time you said it, he does not believe that's a legitimate threat.
That is what it is.
Okay, so it is now incumbent on you that I'm done talking. And that's when people take you seriously. So as men, it's not up to the world to believe us. It's up to us to demonstrate to the world that you're going to hear this, whether you wish to or not. But I think we spend too much time talking to folks who we don't need to talk to anymore. And our actions need to do the talking. Because it's like, once you show folks, you were doing real good when I was talking to you. I'm done talking, and there's not going to be any more talking, including sending text messages, emails, or whatever else. Yeah, I'm not open to communication anymore. I'm not open to verbal communication anymore. I was open to verbal communication when I was talking to you. I'm not open to verbal communication anymore, and you're not going to open me. So you were doing real good back when I was talking to you. At this point, it's too late for that. So as men, I think the biggest skill that men need to pick up is we're done talking. If you want to be taken seriously, it starts with, I'm through talking. I'm through talking. And you're going to listen to what I say. We
had no agreement, TPA. But all you just said was game check game, real check real. Like I told you, that's not my predicament, but I've dealt with at least 3 people today, including business people, and they didn't understand it. And I kept telling them, dude, your action speaks louder than your words. They looking at the ground, seeing what line they can cross that they couldn't cross yesterday. And you just said it, and we ain't had no agreement. That's why I was just sitting there smiling and nodding my head. You just said it, and that just is what it is. And
people respect you to the extent that they think you can cut them off. People will respect you to the extent
once you say what you say.
They respect you to the extent that they believe.
Yeah, you got to teach people. You got to teach people how to treat you, and as long as you show them, that's how they treating you. So yeah. I'm sorry.
As long as you're willing to sit there and argue with them and try to convince them to alter their behavior, they will have you sitting there because now they're in control because he's talking but he ain't moving. Sammy the Bull said that in his autobiography. Underboss. The guy was threatening him. He thought he was about to get shot. And then the fellow was sitting up there. He was holding the gun and he's threatening him and this, that, and the other thing. And then I realized he's talking, but he ain't shooting.
You're talking.
And he said, that's not realized. Okay, let me just placate him. Okay, I'm sorry. This, that, and the other. The fellow let Sammy and them leave, and Sammy immediately got on the phone. This MFer dies tonight. He said, we ain't waiting the next. He dies tonight. And they came back and they sure as hell killed him. So as men, just understand other folks are gauging you the same way. As long as you're sitting there talking, then, well, he's talking, he ain't leaving. He's talking, he ain't laying up with another female. He's talking, he ain't calling another chick. He's still sitting here talking to me. So as long as you're sitting there talking to them and arguing, they're like, okay, I'm safe. Because he's still sitting here talking. Our job is to show them, yeah, for folks who believe we're all talk, it's now incumbent on me to show you that talking to you is a decision, not a condition. And we can change that. But once I'm done talking, I'm done talking for good. You don't get conversation and conversing if talking doesn't work with you. So if you're lucky, I'll talk to you. If you're not lucky, I'll talk to you a different way. But as men in particular, no. For everybody, the most important thing, the only reason to talk to people is to inform them. Okay, but by definition, that means something that they don't know.
New information.
If you're talking about something that they know, well, this is not informing, this is arguing. This is pleading. This is badgering. I don't think that's, some people that will work on, I just don't think as a man that's the most effective thing. I think the most effective thing is showing people that you can stop talking. And your actions are going to outweigh anything you could say. See, I'm not going to sit here and talk to you. I got something that needs to be done, and I'm going to show you I'm going to move you. And it's going to get done, and you just won't be a part of it. I'll let you have the last word.
I appreciate that, TBA. I leave out what I was gonna say that happened to me yesterday. But my homeboy was asking me. He been married for a year. He got married in July last year. I'm going on 15 years of marriage. Yeah, nigga name one loved everybody. You wasn't supposed to get married. No, I was. I got tired of it. It wasn't a challenge anymore. So it is what it is. And when I tell them stuff, they don't, if it ain't happened, they don't believe that it will happen. But what you just said is exactly what it is. I don't sit there and inform anymore. You've been with me for 15 years. This is not new information. This is what I can deal with, I will. And what I can't deal with, I won't. So I won't. And until they start to stand on business, they're going to get treated as a simp, even if they don't think they're a simp. You getting treated as one, and you need to know you are one. You hold your ground. And if they think it's something they can get away with, they will. Females are cold-blooded. They are selfish. Men are simple. Females are selfish. They leave marriages because they're unhappy. I'm unhappy certain times. I don't leave and break up my family. Females don't have the same thing, but they'll find a way to put it on you. And I just want the youngsters to understand that, whether they male, female, and you keep on giving them the business, TBA. That's what's happening. B1, baby.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. I mean, males are selfish in their own way, not the same way that females are. I think that males become selfish when they rest on their laurels, when they become set in their ways. You know, when a man stops being driven, I think the biggest, most selfish males are betas. Beta simps are the single most selfish males there are. They pretend to be generous when in reality they're doing it because they think they're getting something for it, not because that's who they genuinely are. You know? And so I think people can be selfish in their own ways about that. The real thing is about you just not being naive. I think the most important thing is for you not to be naive. Okay, you know, that's because these are just things that motivate people. And I'm not saying folks should not be motivated by whatever they're motivated by. It's okay to be motivated. I don't like a liar, but it's okay to be motivated. Your job is to understand what motivates people. Become a student of people. Be a student of men, be a student of women, so that you can honestly and correctly and accurately gauge what motivates them. Now that you know what the real is, you can deal with them realistically. Just understand that most people do not know how to articulate what they really want. I'm being generous when I say that. Other folk conceal what they really want because they're not sure if they can actually get it. And they don't want to show their hand because once they say what they really want, now you have leverage to be able to negotiate what you'll do to get that. Just keep that in mind. Ladies, go down to the car dealership, see if you can get you a manager, a assistant manager. Go down to Kroger's. The assistant manager will probably be glad to meet you. Just see if you can do that. One of the dealers at Caesar's Palace. As far as the meet and greets are concerned, if you're looking for a guy who didn't make it to Essence Festival, that might be it. And by the way, don't think Atlanta's alone. New York cooked. LA, for different reasons. New York, the women are too masculine. LA, the women are prima donnas. Chicago, well, speaks for itself. What? So get ready for it. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up here tonight since the folks I told to call in proved I was right. If you are new here to the business, welcome to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. So click that subscribe button and notification button. Join us each and every time that we're here. If you haven't been to our Patreon, the link is in the description. Last week's program. Oh, boy. Oh, last week's program. Man. For those of you who were there, if you know, you know. Okay, Alonda talking about the car has to, she go to the car dealership for the Ferrari car dealership. Damn! Hey, baby, I ain't jumping in your way. I ain't faking on your shine. Go to that Ferrari dealership, baby, put your bid in. I ain't mad at you, put your bid in. However, I would also recommend that you understand that when you go to any car dealership, make sure that you meet the qualifications.
And deal with it, nigga.
Please remember that they discriminate in how they treat people there. So if you want to go to the Ferrari dealership, I recommend that you only go if you already know that you are a well-qualified buyer. I want to thank everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you for liking, subscribing, and sharing. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, my brothers and sisters from around the world, remember, handle your business